Namaste, good morning, and a very warm welcome to the esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, research scholars, and fellow attendees. I, Jyoti Gupta, on behalf of the Department of African Studies, University of Delhi, welcome you all today in the inaugural ceremony of the two-day international conference on Africa in the Digital Age, Emerging Trends, Global Realignments, and India-Africa Partnerships. As we stand at the crossroads of a technological revolution, this conference serves as a vital platform to examine how India and Africa, two of the world's most vibrant regions, can navigate global realignments and co-create a digitally inclusive future in the context of upcoming India-Africa Forum Summit. To begin our program, I would like to invite Professor Gajendra Singh Sir, Chief Vigilance Officer, University of Delhi, and the convener of this conference to share his introductory remarks and declare this conference open.
Distinguished ambassadors, excellencies, esteemed guests, respected colleagues, scholars, my dear colleague faculty members, my dear colleague university staff, my dear research scholars from various departments, various colleges, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. It is a privilege to welcome you to the Department of African Study, University of Delhi, for this two-day international conference on Africa in the digital age, emerging trends, global realignment, and India-Africa partnership. Your presence here reflects the growing importance of Africa in global affairs and the strengthening of India-Africa relation in 21st century. Africa today is a continent of resilience, innovation, and transformation, playing an increasing important role in shaping global conversation on technology, development, and strategic partnership. India and Africa share a historic relationship rooted in solidarity, cooperation, and shared aspiration from anti-colonial struggle to present-day partnership in education, trade, and diplomacy. This relationship continue to grow stronger. Over the past 1 year, the Department of African Study has undertaken several important academic, cultural, and institutional initiatives to deepen Indian-Africa engagement. During this conference, we are proud to showcase some of these efforts and achievements. This conference is both a reflection of our journey and a step toward greater dialogue, scholarship, and collaboration. I sincerely thank all our distinguished guests, delegates, faculty members, students, and organizers for being part of this important occasion. With great pleasure, I now formally declare this international conference open for meaningful deliberation, productive discussion, and strong Indian-Africa relation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Department of African Studies was inaugurated in 6 August 1955 by our first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru with a vision that India and Africa should work together one day for advancements of our future, economically, politically, in all aspects. During the last 70 years, the department has been striving hard to achieve our objective. In this international conference, we have put enough effort to make it very, very productive and fruitful. During the conference, we'll have a panel discussions comprising of many experts from Africa as well as from India. Apart from this, we have filling screening, where many of the participants will enjoy and see how Africans live. At the same time, we have more than 120 papers going to present, which will be really a mind-boggling discussions and interaction discourse on Africa. Okay? I really believe that all of you will enjoy the conference and the outcome will be really beneficial to India and Africa. Thank you.
Now, we will invoke the goddess Saraswati by lighting the lamp. I request the dignitaries to lighten the lamp. As the flame rises, let us pray that the light of knowledge dissipates the shadows of ignorance and injustice, guiding us towards a more equitable world. The Department of African Studies proudly welcomes the dignitaries on the dais. Professor Neera Agnimitra Ma'am, Chairperson, International Relations, University of Delhi. Professor Balram Pani Sir, Dean of Colleges, University of Delhi. Ambassador Sevala Nayak Mude Sir, Additional Secretary, Central and West Africa, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. His Excellency Professor Anil Suklal Sir, High Commissioner of South Africa to India. His Excellency Alam Sehai Waldemariam Sir, Dean of African Heads of Missions and Ambassador of Eritrea to India. Professor Yaringa Mavungshi Sir, Head of Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. Professor Gajendra Singh Sir, Chief Vigilance Officer, University of Delhi and convener of this conference. All the dignitaries, representatives from embassies, principals, deans, faculties, research scholars, students, and other officials. Celebration of the university, its ethos and values is expressed through its Kulgeet. Let us all stand in honor of our university's Kulgeet.
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना संस्कृति सनातन आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन ज्ञान धाराओं का संगम
देश की स्वाधीनता हित भूमि का शतकोटि वंदन
निष्ठा धृति सत्यम के मंगल दिव्य भावों का समागम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे नित्य छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित
सदचरित्राचार पावन साधना संकल्प संयम
नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
Thank you everyone. You may please be seated now. It's time to felicitate our dignitaries with a token of gratitude for their gracious presence. I request Professor Gajendra Singh Sir to please felicitate Professor Neera Agnimitra Ma'am. Now I request Sir to please felicitate Professor Balram Pani Sir. Next, I would request Professor Yarunga Mavungshi sir to please felicitate Ambassador Sevala Nayak Mude sir. Now I would request sir to please felicitate His Excellency Anil Suklal sir. Now I would request sir to please present a token of gratitude to His Excellency Alam Sehai Waldemariam sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Professor Yarunga Mavungshi, sir, Head of Department of African Studies, to deliver the welcome address. Our department has reached new heights under his dynamic headship. Sir, I would like you to request to please address the audience.
In fact, Professor Kajanda has already welcomed, but I don't think there's anything wrong to welcome you again on behalf of the department as the head of department. So I hope I will not be a repetition of the same thing. Respected Professor Baram Pani, Dean of College, University of Delhi, Professor Agnimitra, Chair, Foreign Students Affairs, Delhi University, Excellency Ani Shukla, High Commissioner South Africa to India, Ambassador Sevala Nayak Mude, Additional Secretary, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, Excellency Alam Tasai Waldemariam, Dean of Head of Missions and Ambassador of Eritrea to India, Excellencies from different African High Commissions representing and who are present here, my colleagues, Professor Gajendra Singh, Mr. Mani, Dr. Manish, Dr. Santipani, Dr. Asmi Kapoor, my colleagues from different colleges and esteemed scholars and my dear students. At the very outset, I take this opportunity to extend the warmest welcome to this conference. I must express my deep gratitude to Professor Baram Pani for accepting our request to grace this occasion as a chief guest and Professor Agnimitra to chair the session of this morning. Thank you, Excellency Ani Shukla, for accepting our request to deliver the keynote address of the conference, Africa in the Digital Age, just to precise challenges and opportunities. Thank you, Ambassador Mude, for accepting, and Excellency Alam for accepting our request to be the guest of honor in this gathering. Thank you, dignitaries, for your coming and making this inaugural service complete. During this 2 days conference, we are going to have a panel discussion comprising of experts from different countries of Africa, as well as from Indian institutions, think tank group, and from universities. And there are about 130 papers which we are going to present and discuss and discourse on Africa and India relationship. I think this paper is going to be really mind-boggling, and it will really be very useful and beneficial to all of us, especially to India and Africa. I hope this conference will be academically illuminating and thought-provoking about the present Africa and India-Africa relationship. And also, I hope the outcome of the conference will contribute to build a higher level of engagement between India and Africa. With these few words, I wish all the best to the paper presenters and all the discussion members and panels. Thank you once again for your coming.
Thank you, sir, for introducing the department and guiding us through. Now, for the chairperson's address, I would like to invite Professor Neera Agnimitra Ma'am, Chairperson, International Relations, University of Delhi. Ma'am, we are honored to have you here with us.
Thank you so much. The esteemed, very esteemed dignitaries on the dais, His Excellency Mr. L.M. Woldemariam, who's our esteemed chief guest today, His Excellency Professor Anil Suklal, High Commissioner of South Africa, Ambassador Shri Seval Nayak, esteemed Professor Balram Pani, Dean Colleges, University of Delhi, Professor Gajendra Singh, esteemed faculty of this department and the Chief Vigilance Officer of the University of Delhi, the head, Professor A.S. Yaruingam, Dr. Manish Karmwar, and all the very, very distinct and distinguished persons sitting in front of me. It is always a matter of great happiness and joy for me to come to any function that has been organized by this department. At the outset, let me say that this department is full of energy, full of vibrancy, a lot of spunk, a lot of creativity and innovation. And I compliment the department, its head, faculty members, students and scholars for always organizing the best programs in this university. So today I'm very glad to note that this two-day conference on Africa in the digital age, emerging trends, global realignments, and India-Africa partnership is being organized by this department. I also feel very glad that this conference has attracted such a rich galaxy of distinguished guests. Seated before me are the most eminent diplomats who have found time to grace this program. As Chairperson International Relations of the University of Delhi, I am delighted to welcome you. I offer you my most profuse gratitude for participating in this conference, which has been pitched as a prelude to the 4th India-Africa Forum Summit to be held at the end of this month. Needless to share, India-Africa relations epitomize a historic partnership that has been built and consolidated on the cornerstones of shared values and mutual aspirations. I quote Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who stated at the UN that India and Africa have traversed similar paths, sharing values and dreams of freedom and development, unquote. Bilateral engagement has remained the strongest pillar for India and Africa. And all of us would also vouch for the fact that our mutual cooperation is not transactional. It is transformational. It is rooted in co-creation, and it reflects India's commitment to Africa as a trusted partner in this shared journey. India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, had referred to Africa as India's sister continent, in recognition of the long ties between India and Africa. Since the 1960s, India's prime ministers have visited Africa manifold times, and a level of engagement unmatched by Africa's other external partners. India has also received over 100 African leaders, and each African country has received at least one cabinet rank minister. Between 2022 and 2025, India conducted 12 high-level VVIP visits involving leaders from 17 African countries, covering West, North, East, and South Africa. It is very heartening to note that India has opened 18 new embassies across Africa. There may be more, I may have some old data. I may be forgiven for that. These have enhanced diplomatic, economic, and people-to-people connections. We are delighted by the fact that several African nations have honored our most beloved Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, with their highest or most prestigious civilian and national awards, and it gives us immense happiness to note this. It is also a matter of great pride for India that on account of our heavy lobbying, the African Union was included as a full member of the G20 during India's presidency at the New Delhi summit in September 2023. This has reflected India's commitment to promoting a more representative global governance structure with Africa in its fold. Another very noteworthy fact that I wish to reiterate is India's support to Africa during the COVID-19 pandemic. India supplied vaccines, medicines, and medical equipment to African nations, demonstrating its strong friendship and strong solidarity with the people of Africa. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has referred to Africa as India's top priority. He said, and I quote, "When we use the term Global South, it is not just a diplomatic term. In our shared history, we have together opposed colonialism and apartheid. It is on the soil of Africa that Mahatma Gandhi used his powerful methods of non-violence and peaceful resistance. It is on this strong foundation of history that we are shaping our modern relations. India remains deeply committed to South-South cooperation, which hinges on an ascendant India and a resurgent Africa. Hence, the thrust of India-Africa policy is to develop together as equals. This spirit is highlighted in the Kampala Principles, which are the 10 core tenets articulated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji during his address to Uganda's parliament in July 2018. I'm sure we are all familiar with what are some of the key factors that drive the evolving partnership between India and Africa. Of course, there is an economic complementarity and expanding trade. While Africa provides critical raw materials, India offers a lot of manufactured goods. We share a bilateral trade which has crossed US dollars 100 million, and our mutual dependence characterizes this complementarity. We also invest in industrial and infrastructure development. Our growing investments in Africa's industrialization demonstrate our long-term commitment to shared prosperity. We also maintain a highly important strategic and security cooperation. India's strategic presence in Africa is expanding through defense diplomacy, counter-terrorism training and maritime cooperation, joint exercises, hydrography, and capacity building. India and Africa also flaunt a shared global South identity and multilateral advocacy. They often collaborate in global forums to champion the interests of developing nations. Both seek reforms in UN Security Council, WTO, and climate finance frameworks, advocating for fairness, technology transfer, and sustainable development. Most important are our people-to-people bonds and human capacity building. The 3 million strong African Indian diaspora and rising educational and cultural exchanges form the emotional foundation of our partnership. Indian Africans occupy a fascinating space in Africa's landscape. Touted to be an essential part of Africa's middle class, they play a major role in education, health, industry, and trade, as well as participate in politics and serve in the military. Now, what is most important for a university system like the University of Delhi, India has become an increasingly preferred destination for African students pursuing higher education, with hundreds making their way to the subcontinent annually. This trend positions India among the top overseas choices for African students. Thousands of African students are currently enrolled across multiple Indian universities. This trend was initiated during PM Nehru's time and is being nurtured through an unprecedented level of commitment by the present Indian government, spearheaded by our Prime Minister. The current administration is very keen to leverage India's world-class institutions such as the IITs, IIMs, and top-ranked universities to contribute to Africa's higher education infrastructure and skill development. The National Education Policy 2020 strongly advocates for internationalization of Indian education. It I would an increasing number of students. They continue to enrich campus life with their knowledge, part of the space. There is taking place in Africa. 10% of its population at the age of 20 is moved into real world situations over business and from artificial intelligence in infrastructure enabling rapid growth. Africa's digital journey is being shaped by a necessity, innovation and scale. India and Africa are demonstrating a deepening digital public infrastructure cooperation where India is leveraging its expertise in digital public goods such as UPI, digital identity systems and e-governance to support Africa's digital transformation. Just to highlight a few illustrations, India's largest digital project, the Pan-African e-network, is connecting Africa's countries to India and one another to share expertise. There is also a strong focus on digital public infrastructure, including a significant contribution to the African Digital Financial Inclusion Facility and India Trust Fund. In terms of digital public infrastructure sharing, India is sharing its India Stack model, Aadhaar, UPI, DigiLocker with African nations to improve governance, digital ID and financial inclusion. India's digital and telecom companies such as Reliance Jio, Bharti Airtel are rapidly scaling operations in Africa, tapping into its fast-growing digital economy. Countries like Namibia, Ghana, Togo, they are using India's modular open source identity platform for their national digital ID. It's also very significant to note that the e-Vidya Bharti and e-Arogya Bharti networks are being tapped to provide virtual education and medical services. India is also helping African countries to promote digital transformation through setting up IT centers, science and technology parks, and entrepreneurship development centers. This expanding collaboration in the realms of digital health, financial inclusion, and e-education will certainly reduce technology gaps and accelerate inclusive growth across the African continent. And of course, the 4th India-Africa Forum Summit, scheduled for May 28 to 31st, 2026 in New Delhi, aims to solidify cooperation in artificial intelligence, 6G, green energy, and quantum computing. To conclude, I'm sure this two-day conference will unfold for all its stakeholders a rich exchange of facts, insights, ideas, and inputs as to how this long-enduring India-Africa partnership can further act as a meaningful bridge to nurture and support Africa in its rapid digital transformation. I offer my sincere compliments to the organizers for creating this very vibrant platform and my best wishes to all participants for a very purposeful dialogue and exchange. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting those critical perspectives. Now, I would like to invite Professor Balram Pani sir, Dean of Colleges, University of Delhi, to give the presidential address. We are privileged to have your guidance for this session, sir.
सबको नमस्कार. Good morning to you all. Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellence Alem Udar Mariam, and Honorable His Excellence Professor Anil Suklalji, the High Commissioner of South Africa to India. Honorable Guest of Honor, Ambassador Sevala Naik Muddi, Additional Secretary of Minister of External Affairs. Professor Raji, person in International Relations of Delhi. University of Delhi. Professor Gajendra Singh ji, the Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. And my dear colleagues, and the ambassadors, the different guests from the different countries and from our own countries, and professors, directors, research scholars, and student friends. First of all, I congratulate Department of African Studies. They are doing this one, that is a 2-day international conference on Africa in the digital age, emerging trends, global realignments, and India-Africa partnership. Because this is the day, means here it is not only restricted to the African Studies department, because it is the, whenever we will talk about the digital, means the global one. It is the global. In the global, in the digital world, the whole world is very, very small. Because this digital will help you out to come across each and every country very together, and they do their works very closely and very integrated. We'll have to move. Means whenever it is talking about the partnership, the India-Africa partnership, what type of a partnership? It is the, means whenever there is the partnership, you can say that it is a diplomatical partnership, or political partnership, or economical partnership. What is it? Means here, whenever we academicians, when we will talk about the partnership between the two countries, it is in all. Means in total, means holistic approach, means whether it is the economical, political, or social, or academical. And here right now, all the academicians are coming together, so we have to have this the academic, we do academic exchange. Means whatever the innovative ideas you have, we will exchange in between the two countries. And the science and technology, means whatever you have and whatever we have, we will exchange. And in addition to that, the faculties, they will be exchanged from your country, from our country, because our faculties will go to your country, and your country faculty, they will come to our countries. The students exchange will be there. So that's why, means all type of innovative ideas, means whatever you have, will exchange each other. And you know, in the G20, the motto, it was the Vasundhaiva Kutumbakam. So whatever ideas, if it will be circulated, it will be viewed, that view will be exchanged, then definitely our knowledge will increase and we will gain something. Research scholars will also gain something to do something. And here, if it is a 2-day seminar, you will do the 2-day seminar, but what is the output? Here the output, if you will not think about the output, then what is the use of this 2 days international conference? Here, that is the signed between these two teams. And what type of exchange we will do that, means here new ideas will be emerging, that in this field we will have to exchange in between two countries. We will have new partnership in the different fields. Means what is the emerging field right? It is the digital India. That is the artificial intelligence. Now it is the very emerging one. Just recently, in India, we have the artificial intelligence summit, and here many countries have participated. So new fields are coming out. So here, in these 2 days seminars, then we'll have to explore the different other fields where that fields are lagging behind, means whether it is not here, but here whenever the very resource persons, those research persons, they have come, they will deliver their lectures and they will have to find out many new ideas. So these are the things. And global realignment. Right now, in the earlier one, we are saying that we are having this relationship between the pre-independence area. And right now, realignment means the whole world. Means it is not the realignment between the two countries, it is the realignment between the whole, all over the world. Because everywhere, each country is important. So we have the good partnership with the African countries, we have cultural relations, we have the political relations, we have the good relations with the African countries. So how to realignment in the positive manner? Means there are many things, but thing is that we'll have to move in realignment with the whole world, means this African and Indian countries. In between these two, then we will move towards the global one. Then the whole world will be here. That's why it is called as the global realignment. Again, we will realignment with each other, and we will find out the new way, and the research persons, whatever they will deliver, and we will have to get something new ideas and innovative ideas also, and that will help you out. And you have invited. Means I am from the science background, I am not from the political science background, so I don't know much about these relations, international relations. So again, you have invited me, and I am very much thankful to you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing those profound insights with us. Now, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Ambassador Sevala Nayak Mude, sir, Additional Secretary, Central and West Africa, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to share his valuable insights with the audience. Sir, your extensive experience in this domain makes your insights invaluable to us. May I please request you to take this stage?
Morning to all. Head Department of African Studies, Professor Ringam, dignitaries at the dais, excellencies, ambassadors, diplomats, colleagues, friends, students, I am extremely honored and privileged to be part of this important conference which is being held here. Department of Studies had taken keen interest in engaging on the subjects which is emerging as important as the other parts of the world. It's always nostalgic for me to come back to university. As I studied in JNU, I feel Delhi University also part of my studies. And I also feel very honored and pleased to be part of the students and faculty in Delhi University. Last time when I had come over, I had very fruitful and enjoyable interactions with the research scholars, overwhelmingly undertaking research on Africa, on variety of topics, subjects which are very dear to me. Friends, today's seminar, Africa in the Global Age, Emerging Trends, Global Realignments and India-Africa Partnerships. Well, as practitioner as an officer handling Africa last 4 or 5 years, I have plenty to talk on India's relations with Africa, our partnership in various segments, sectors. I would like to why, how from the School of Social Studies, African studies are interested in knowing about digital and its realignments in the world. But later I also felt that so as everyone is realigning, social studies students also updating their knowledge and how the digital age can help in building partnerships, relationships in the coming years to come. So therefore my speech will be in 3 parts as indicated in the title: Emerging Trends, Global Realignments and India-Africa Partnerships. The digital age is reshaping how states govern, how economies grow, how citizens participate, how young people learn, and how societies imagine progress. The most important emerging trends include the rise of mobile connectivity, digital public infrastructure, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, data-driven governance, fintech, e-commerce, remote work, digital identity systems, etc. There is no end for application of digital technology. Let me start with artificial intelligence. It is probably the most transformative of these trends, especially because of the speed with which it is going adopted into decision making. It is turning decades of industrial learning into just a few years. This learning is being employed by governments, businesses, individuals, and various other entities in decision making and performance in diverse sectors. It could be healthcare, agriculture, justice system, even education, universities. Cloud computing has tremendous potential to democratize use of technology. It is facilitating accessibility to computing services over the internet without the need for expensive local infrastructure, such as physical servers and storage, not required anymore. Similarly, small businesses and governments will be able to access computing tools through the cloud on a basic smartphone or laptop. I am sure every student here also practicing and using and utilizing for their studies as well. Similarly, semiconductor industry is a backbone for the digital age. The semiconductor market is projected to grow from a mere 0.6 trillion in 2024 to over 1 trillion by 2030. 0.06. As demand for AI, cloud computing, clean energy, e-transport, etc. grows, the race to build more efficient chips has taken center stage. Concentration of resources and chip manufacturing in the hands of a few nations has turned semiconductors into geopolitical flashpoints. I hope I'm not boring you. It's a completely new subject. Being a social science student, I think over a period of time, it will be part of your day-to-day life. I think the stage has come to slowly you pick up, and it is not confined to any individual or company or organization or government. It is democracy. So it is important to learn. The platform economy, which is built on digital intermediaries like fintech apps, e-commerce ecosystems, and cloud-based services, has dismantled several assumptions as well. We held about how markets work. A small app developed in Kampala can in principle reach the same global market as a company based in Silicon Valley. In practice, the playing field is not level, but the barriers are lower than ever. Governance systems. Governance is being increasingly digitized. Digital tools are being used to improve service delivery, create digital identity systems, enable citizen government, interaction, and promote transparency. In India, the digital public infrastructure has revolutionized governance by making it faster and more inclusive. Data is the new oil. Today, the world is generating so much data in a single day than it did across centuries before the internet came. This data is the new raw material that trains AI systems, shapes markets, and determines which countries and companies hold power. Cyber security. It is again emerging as a challenge with the growing digital adoption. The several ransomware attacks on hospitals, disinformation, campaigns targeting elections, and state-sponsored hacking are risks that threatens to bring our everyday functioning to a standstill. How these trends are playing out in Africa, let me share with you. Africa has over 600 million unique mobile subscribers. This scale of mobile adoption has created the foundation for digital economy. There are apps, for instance, in Kenya, M-Pesa, a mobile money service. You don't need banking network. So this is helping in Kenya. Has unlocked financial inclusion for the unbanked. African tech hubs in Nairobi, Lagos in Nigeria, Cape Town in South Africa, Kigali, are producing startups that addresses distinctly African challenges in agriculture, logistics, health, and education. The African continental free trade area that has been adopted by the continent, when supported by digital infrastructure, has the potential to create the world's largest free trade zone that will be number one in the world. However, the digital divide within Africa is real. Urban-rural gaps in connectivity, gender disparities in digital access, and the concentration of infrastructure investment in a handful of coastal economies are challenges that demand honest acknowledgement in Africa. How the digital age is realigning in global and affecting Africa. Let me share a few thoughts on this. The digital age is changing how countries think about their national interest. Technology is new and now closely linked to diplomacy, security, trade, and development. Besides economic growth, countries are also thinking about how to protect their data, set rules for technology, reduce dependence on others, and stay independent in an increasingly connected world. Digital progress is changing how countries work together and form partnerships. Countries are increasingly aligning around digital infrastructure, semiconductor supply chains, cloud ecosystems, artificial intelligence governance systems, cyber norms, and cross-border data flows. Securing sovereignty in semiconductors and critical mineral has become a priority for many countries. Some countries have imposed tariffs to bring production back home. For example, the US imposed across the global different percentage of tariffs. On some countries 50%.
These are all
This is all
basically to reduce reliance on imports. Others are leveraging their dominance in rare earth processing to limit supply. For instance, China, which has 85-90% dominance in rare earth refining, has at times restricted supply of rare earths, causing price spikes and supply disruptions. These have implications on a wide range of industries, from AI to electric vehicles to space technologies. Hence, countries are trying to form trusted and integrated value chain partnerships in the field. The debate on data sovereignty
has taken center stage. The global realignment is manifesting in different data governance models. Data free flow with the trust promotes open cross-border flows. A human-centric model prioritizing privacy and rights. Another stresses state control and cybersecurity. Countries like India support data for development, treating data as a national resource, allowing cross-border sharing only after meeting domestic development goals. The Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023, India STAT, Digital India Program, and the proposed non-personal data framework are a bundle of policy measures by India to promote data for development. So these are the realigning ourselves along with the promotion of the digital India. AI has huge potential for the global south in diagnostics, agriculture, education, and governance. Few examples
talking about. But most AI systems are built using data that doesn't reflect local languages or realities. For the global south, responsible AI means it must be inclusive and accountable to the people it affects, as enunciated by Honorable PM at AI Summit recently held in Delhi. India's perspective on AI is encapsulated in the saying Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya, welfare for all, happiness for all. This is the digital India should promote not only for India, but across the global and global south particularly. The democratization of AI is essential for inclusion and empowerment of the global south. Now let me share a few partnerships. India and Africa already working,
and some of them already shared by Professor Neera Agnimitra. However, I would like to touch upon few how we have realigned our partnership in this era with Africa. India's digital infrastructure comprising Aadhaar card, UPI, DigiLocker, and several others has been recognized globally as a scalable model for inclusive digitalization. India has actively offered this framework to African partners. The several countries had signed our DPI models. In some countries, even implementing Aadhaar card model and DigiLocker in Kenya, and as Professor Neera said, Namibia has signed, several other countries have signed to implement our DPI models. As Professor Neera said, eVBAB, Vidya Bharati Arogya Bharati. This is the one pet project I implement myself. I am fully aware of this project. This is a purely online education offering undergrad, postgrad courses to African students. This is the only partnership Africa has with any country in the world. So therefore, India has already emerged as a relevant partner in offering e-education to Africa.
Under Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation and under ICCR scholarships, India offers variety of schemes to train in various technical courses which are useful for Africans. Indian technological companies, they are already working in Africa, including TCS, Wipro, Infosys. There are several other small and mini companies. They have really grown their presence across Africa, contributing to digital infrastructure and human resource development in IT segment. So what are the potential collaborations with Africa? Still, India has a huge India stack available that could be the potential partnerships. Africa, with 30% of the world's reserves of critical minerals, is central to the semiconductor industry. As global interest grows, African nations are seeking partnerships that prioritize local development, not extraction. Therefore, African countries today insisting the various countries to come and set up their manufacturing process in Africa. In the process, India is the first country to begin that process. Many Indian companies have set up manufacturing and processing units in Africa. A key focus is mineral beneficiation. Building local processing capacity to avoid being mere raw material suppliers, India supports this through a mutually beneficial approach, emphasizing technical capacity, education, and industrial participation, such as geological mapping in several countries, satellite support, and skill development initiatives. Moving forward, India-Africa cooperation can expand to joint industrial hubs, local processing plants, and workforce training, ensuring value addition.
Africa while securing sustainable supply chains for both partners. Collaboration in digital agriculture can be a game changer for African farmers and food security. Today, 80% of the food is imported by African nations. That could be a critical game changer for them when they use our digital agriculture capacity, particularly grown in our segments. India's experience with the platforms like National Agriculture Market and
Kisan mobile advisories can be adapted to African smallholder farming context. Joint investment in cyber security infrastructure and capacity is urgently needed in Africa. African institutions, governments, financial systems, hospitals, they face growing cyber threats on daily basis, which they don't have a defensive capacity. Therefore, India can offer in that segment and that space. India's national cyber security policy and its institutions offer a useful model in this regard for Africa. Space technology, this is another area where there is a huge potential. It is an underexplored dimension of India.
cooperation. ISRO's satellite services, particularly in remote sensing, crop monitoring, and disaster management, can be extended to African partners. Its a satellite launch for Algeria and collaboration with South African National Space Agency mark important early steps towards deeper and more meaningful space cooperation, which we already have. In the realm of AI and data governance, India and Africa must work together to create
Frameworks that serve the global south, ensuring that the norms emerging from Geneva, Brussels, and Washington do not become the default rules for countries whose realities were never considered in their design. The African Union's Agenda 2063 and India's vision of Viksit Bharat of 2047 share a common horizon, aligning these national and continental aspirations through structured digital cooperation can create a sustainable architecture for South-South partnerships.
I hope I made some understanding of how the future partnership could be aligned with Africa. Just having summits, political interactions is not sufficient. Today, the entire global, no one is thinking like India for global South cooperation. The 2 days conference, I'm sure, will widen your understanding and benefit to the students to the tune of what you understand digital implications. Thank you. I wish you all the best.
For sharing such a compelling perspective on India-Africa relations. Now, I welcome His Excellency Professor Anil Suklal Sir, High Commissioner of South Africa to India, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, we look forward to a comprehensive address that will set the academic tone of our discussions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My brother and good friend, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, Ambassador Alem Walder Mariam, my good friend Ambassador Mode, thank you for your very insightful views on India-Africa cooperation. Professor Pani, Dr. Agni Mitra, my old friend, not old in age, Professor Yaro Ingram, and Professor Gajendra Singh. Let me also express my gratitude to our patron, the Vice Chancellor of the Delhi University, for bringing us together. Coming to the Department of African Studies, for me, is like coming home. I've been here so many times and got to know many of you, not just the professors, but students, in the short period that I've been here in India. Now, I think all the previous speakers have extensively addressed the theme of this conference. I want to pose a few questions to ourselves, which I hope the esteemed panel of speakers that we have over the next 2 days will reflect on. You know, over this past weekend, there was a major conference by Shakira in Rio de Janeiro. Now, you know, when we hosted the Soccer World Cup, the first African country to do so in 2010, she sang a song that became very, very popular, which she sang again this past weekend in Brazil. And a catchphrase of that song was, "It's time for Africa." And I firmly believe, even though the song was composed and sung at the World Cup in South Africa in 2010 and 2016, it aligns very much with the theme of this conference. I was very privileged to be here in 2015 for the third India-Africa Forum Summit as part of South Africa's delegation, and partook in the negotiations that resulted in the declaration and the India-Africa strategic program of cooperation that we adopted. That was over a decade ago. Now, I want to share with you some insights about partnerships with my continent, Africa. In my tenure in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I've been involved in many partnerships. I was at the very inaugural meeting of the Forum China-Africa Cooperation, and when South Africa co-chaired FOCAC between 2012 and 2018, I co-chaired all of the senior officials meeting and prepared 2 summits. The first in Johannesburg, to be held on the African continent in 2015, and the second in Beijing in 2018, where I was integrally involved. I was involved in over three tickets from as early as 2001. And I was involved in 2 EU Africa summits during my tenure as ambassador to the EU in Brussels. Today, the African Union recognizes 9 of these partnerships. But there's more than 9. In 2019, Africa joined this family. Russia joined this family when you had the first Russia-Africa summit in Sochi. And 2 years ago, you had the first Korea-Africa summit in Seoul. And the question that arises is, what is the value of these summits? What does it bring to the relationship? What does it bring to Africa and its people? And as I reflected and went through the declaration and the program of action we adopted in 2015, I asked myself the question, what is different in this partnership between Africa and India from any other of the other 10 or so partnerships that exist today? Previously, when you spoke about a scramble for Africa, it was about minerals. Now there's a scramble for Africa to form relationships. And that itself is a strong political statement about the place that the African continent occupies in today's global, well, I was going to say global order, but today's global disorder. And I want us to unpack this relationship between India and Africa. Because by and large, when countries forge relationship with our continent, they're driven by 3 factors in the main. Firstly, access to Africa's vast mineral resources, as Ambassador Muda pointed out. 30% of global mineral reserves is in the African continent. Secondly, access to one of the fastest growing consumer markets. Africa has a population of over 1.5 billion today. It will reach 1.75 billion by 2030 and 2.5 billion by 2050. And thirdly, we are 54 sovereign states, the largest bloc in the United Nations. And when countries are lobbying for positions within the United Nations and want support, it is this bloc that they come to for support, because we are the largest bloc in this bloc of about 193 UN member states. Those are the 3 driving forces, and I don't think anyone can deny that. How do we change this trajectory? The theme is on Africa in the digital age, but we are a continent caught up between two revolutions. We are still in the 3rd industrial revolution. Most of us have not industrialized yet. And the industrial revolution has come and gone into the 4th industrial revolution, the age of the digitization. And parts of Africa have jumped into the digital age while we continue to struggle to industrialize. Now when you have India and Africa meeting, and this is what distinguishes this partnership from the rest, just in terms of demographics, it's strange that you have a partnership with a country of 52 million and a continent of 1.5 billion. But when you have India and Africa coming together, you have almost 38% of the global population coming together. The largest gathering between any partnerships. And that's significant. That is significant. And how do we build on the strength of that, the coming together of a continent and a subcontinent of the global south? And I want to say, I've been very privileged to, for over 10 years, being South Africa's Great Sherpa, and for many years, G20 Sherpa. And the job of a Sherpa is to prepare for a summit. The summit is a culmination of the journey. A journey that is preceded by a number of steps before we culminate in the summit. Now, for various reasons, this partnership didn't meet for over a decade. And I was one of those that kept raising this. Why is this India-Africa Forum Summit not taking place? I know your previous secretary, East Damurabi, engaged me way back in 2022 when they were lobbying to have this summit take place. But for reasons known, I think, better to MEA and other colleagues, we know why this summit was not taking place. But I believe that this summit can be a defining relationship between India and Africa and distinct from others. Because next week we have the France-Africa Summit in Nairobi, and later this year we will have the fourth Turkey-Africa Summit. And we have a very small unit within the African Union dealing with partnership and resource mobilization. How are they going to cope with keeping track of a dozen or so partnerships? I'm not sure, because we don't have the resources within the African Union to do that. So what becomes of this partnership? A number of the declarations we adopt and the plans of action in all of these
partnerships is not fulfilled, and we go on to the next summit. So I want to say that this summit should be the beginning of a process in resetting. Perhaps it was opportune that the summit didn't take place for a while. It gives us an opportunity to rethink. Thomas
Friedman in his book, Thank You for Being Late, speaks of the age of acceleration, the age we live in. And he said we must stop thinking within the box, we must stop thinking outside of the box, we must start thinking without a box. And I think that's what we need to do in redefining this relationship going forward and building an architecture. The reason why you have the BRICS as a solid foundation enduring for almost 2 decades today is because we built an architecture to underpin the summit. Where is the architecture underpinning India-Africa relationship? I don't see it. And I think the India-Africa summit should set in motion a process to develop that architecture that becomes sustainable and defines a new form of partnership between countries of the global south, and India and Africa should jointly design that partnership. It should not just be a diplomatic exercise of leaders of 54 countries coming to Delhi to assemble here for a summit. The question I ask myself, what value does it bring to the Prime Minister of, let's say, Eswatini to come to the summit? What does he take back to his country? Or the President of Togo, what does he take back to his country, having attended the summit? And I think these are honest questions we have to deliberate on. So for me, it's important that jointly, India is one of the few capitals that have 46, and shortly with Eswatini establishing an embassy here, 47 ambassadors. I think besides Beijing and Brussels, you have the highest concentration of African ambassadors. We are the largest group of ambassadors from any part of the world, in Delhi. And that's a resource. But is that resource being sufficiently tapped? Likewise, you have 46 embassies in Africa, one of the largest presence on the African continent by any country. And Ambassador Mude tells me that a few other embassies are still going to be established. In fact, you have almost the same number of embassies in the African continent as South Africa. We have about 47 embassies throughout the African continent. You have one of the largest diasporas on the African continent, about 3.5 million. When Prime Minister Modi was addressing the head of states, head of missions last week, I noticed he spoke of intensifying interaction with the diaspora. It's a resource that's not being sufficiently used. I speak from a South African perspective where half of the 3.5 million Indian diaspora is housed. How can we better utilize these resources? So I think what needs to happen is, how do we construct this architecture? Yes, summit and governments coming together must happen, because it's a powerful political statement on how both sides view this relationship. But under that, your private sector has to be partners in crafting this architecture. You have a vast presence, I think close to 200 companies now. Last we were said about 160 when I arrived here, but I think that number is even more. Just in South Africa. But you have a vast presence throughout the African continent. How do we utilize these resources of the private sector being a key role player in crafting this partnership and moving this partnership forward? It's not just about doing business, but the type of business being undertaken on the African continent by Indian businesses. And some of this has been mentioned here. It has to be a partnership in the true sense. As I've said, India can be a key player in our continued industrialization. But like you have done in lifting some 250 million people out of poverty, abject poverty the past decade, how can you help us address the same on our continent? And the synergies between Africa and India is manifold. We have the same challenges of poverty, of underdevelopment, of inequality. And in the case of Africa, the debt burden. How do we collectively address this as partners? How do we industrialize your companies that are on the African continent? How do they help us build capacity so that we become self-reliant in partnership with you for mutual benefit going forward? Secondly, and equally important, a third pillar of this architecture should be that of academia, our think tanks and universities. And I would like to say, don't leave it to the Indian government. You as universities, when we met Ambassador Delela about 2 weeks ago, I said, why
an e-network of African and Indian universities? And we need to do that. We need to do that. And I would like to ask Delhi University to maybe initiate this process. One of the things that I do as a former academic, and these past 19 months I've been in India, I've visited 18 states. And I make it a point of visiting a university in every state to give a lecture. Last month I was at the University of Jammu, where I delivered a lecture on India-Africa, India-South Africa relations. And a week later I was in Himachal Pradesh, where I also gave a lecture at that university. At both these institutions, I spoke about the forthcoming India-Africa summit. The faculty members looked at me blank. They had no idea the summit was taking place. So, I mentioned this to Ambassador Delela. It can't be a Delhi-centric India-Africa forum. I've been invited to many platforms in the past few weeks. In fact, this afternoon, I go and speak at Jindal University on India-Africa. There's another forum there. And I must say we welcome this sharp
focus on the African
that
we are receiving at the present time. And it falls within Africa Month, when we will celebrate the founding of the OAU later this month. I'm saying that we need to bring all of India into the picture about this partnership between Africa and India. But we have the same problem on the African continent, even though we have strong historical ties between India and South Africa. When you speak to the majority of Indians about this relationship, very few remember Gandhi. Very few know that we went out as indentured laborers from your country to work in various parts of the Indian diaspora today. It's news to them because it's not in your history books. And yet it's your history and my history. It's something we can't deny. How do we reinvigorate this? Because all of this can underpin this dynamic relationship. So that third pillar between academia and our think tanks, our students, that has to happen. And the fourth pillar, if you look at the draft program of action that's on the table, The very last paragraph is on culture and people-to-people contact. And it's 2 lines, 2 lines. I raise this as a concern because this relationship is underpinned more so than the relationship between governments. It's underpinned by the contact we have between our peoples. And I think we need to give greater attention to that dimension of this relationship. In this age of realignment, I believe India and Africa can play a critical role in shaping this world. You played a critical role in bringing the African Union. It took 18 summits to bring the African Union to the high table of the G20. 18 summits. And we rightfully sit at that table today. You know, when you have a car and you're driving a car, when the wheel alignment is off, it's a very bumpy ride. You would take it to the garage and have the alignment done, and then you'll have a very smooth ride. We live in this age of turbulence because of the misalignment of the world today. And it is these type of partnerships that we are trying to craft. And my appeal going forward, because a number of the promises we made in 2015 have been fulfilled, but a number have not been fulfilled. Now, in some of the practical things we can do, we've already made a start. The establishment of the IIT in Zanzibar, I think that's a brilliant idea. It's what Africa needs. We both share a commonality. We have the largest youth demographic in the world. The average age of your youth is 28 years, the average age of the African youth is 20. By 2040, over 40% of global youth will be from the African continent. How do we forge ties between our youth? What you are doing here in terms of empowering your women and bringing them into the mainstream, how do you work in doing the same? Why can't we create a network of women between India and Africa? Why can't we create a network of our youth between India and Africa and get involved in practical, deliverable projects? And all of this is possible in the digital age. It's all at our fingertips. So I'm saying we have to rethink this partnership so it's not one of another 1,000 partnerships that Africa has. That we have this opportunity now, when we assemble for the summit, to start a process. The summit shouldn't be the culmination. Normally the summit is a culmination of a process. But I'd like to see this summit as being start of a new process in creating a new paradigm of India-Africa cooperation. And what you are doing in terms of new technologies, I believe, is what can mainstream Africa's development and help us fast-track our development and become part of the global mix. We are a continent of hope, as The Economist described in 2011. 2001, that magazine described Africa as a hopeless continent. A decade later, it described it as a continent of hope. It's a continent that's so rich, but yet so poor. But it is partners like you, because the difference between India and the other partnerships is our journey is almost similar. You have now, with the past decade or so, experienced accelerated growth. Africa is going through the same phase. It's no more a marginal continent. 11 of the fastest growing economies last year was from the African continent. Yesterday I was speaking to someone that came to talk to me about the summit from outside this continent. And he said, isn't it a fact that most part of the world don't take Africa seriously because you are such a small GDP? The largest GDP of any African country
is South Africa,
about
480 billion. Collectively, your GDP jumped from 2015 to 2025 by 100% almost. Africa grew by almost 50% to about 3.4 trillion today. It's not about GDP. Africa's richest resources is people and what it has in the ground,
which is not working for itself. And I believe this partnership should start looking at some of these areas differently. And if you create this architecture that goes beyond just a partnership between governments, but a partnership between our business and private sector, a partnership between our academic students and think tanks, and a partnership ultimately between our people. And how can this digital age impact positively on the African continent using many of the tools that you already have employed in fast-tracking your development? So these are some of the questions I think we need to reflect on, so that this India-Africa summit doesn't just become another summit and another partnership in the totality of partnerships. Africa is in a different space from 2014, 2015 when we met. India is in a different space. We're on a parallel journey addressing the same challenges and opportunities. And I believe it is important to take full advantage in realigning this world jointly as major players of the global south, to make it inclusive. And by making it inclusive, it means developing together and working together in the future in a world that is inclusive, just, and underpinned by the rule of law. India has been at the forefront of the global south. Africa is the major chunk of the global south, and this partnership must not be another ticking in the box exercise, but it must set a new template for the future. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and illuminating address. Now, for the last phase of the inaugural ceremony, I would like to invite our chief guest, His Excellency Alam Sihai Waldemariam, Dean of African Heads of Missions, Ambassador of Eritrea to India, to address the gathering. We are truly honored by your presence, sir, and we humbly request you to kindly share your valuable perspectives on the subject.
Other dignitaries on the dais, esteemed faculty members, respected scholars, honored delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is both a great honor and a distinct privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the Department of African Studies, University of Delhi, on the occasion of this important two-day international conference. I extend my sincere gratitude to the University of Delhi for this gracious invitation and for providing a platform that nurtures intellectual exchange, diplomatic understanding, and global scholarship. Allow me at the outset to commend the Department of African Studies for its historic and pioneering contribution to the academic study of Africa in India. Establishing as one of the premier centers dedicated to African scholarship, this department has played a vital role in deepening India's intellectual engagement with the African continent. Over decades, it has not merely studied Africa as a geographic or political entity, but has approached it as a vibrant space of civilizations, cultures, histories, liberation movements, developmental aspirations, and global partnerships. This department stands today as a testament to the enduring solidarity between India and Africa, one built not only through diplomacy, but also through scholarship, anti-colonial consciousness, and the people-to-people engagement. In an era where knowledge diplomacy is increasingly central to international cooperation, institutions such as this are dispensable bridges connecting continents and shaping futures. Ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between India and Africa is one of the most significant and enduring partnerships of the global south, rooted in centuries-old maritime exchange across the Indian Ocean. Strengthened through shared anti-colonial struggles and inspired by common aspirations for justice, sovereignty, and development, Indian African nations have evolved into a dynamic 21st century partnership of the strategic importance. From Mahatma Gandhi's political awakening in Africa to the solidarity shown by newly independent African nations and India in advancing decolonization, our histories have long intersected through struggle and hope. In the 21st century, this relationship has acquired renewed depth and strategic purpose. India and Africa today are partners in trade, technology, healthcare, education, energy, maritime security, and global governance reform. Together, they represent powerful voices advocating for a more equitable international order, one that reflects the priorities of developing nations. India's engagement with Africa is increasingly shaped by capacity building, digital cooperation, infrastructure development, and South-South collaborations, while Africa's demographic vitality and economic emergence position it as a central pillar in shaping the future global economy. As the world transitions toward multipolarity, India-Africa cooperation has become not merely bilateral or regional, but foundational to the reimagining of global partnerships based on equality, dignity, and mutual benefits. Within this larger India-Africa framework, Eritrea, which is my country, was deeply its growing friendship with India. Eritrea and India have maintained warm and respectful bilateral relations since Eritrea's independence in 1991. These ties are founded on shared principles of sovereignty, peaceful coexistence, development, and South-South cooperation. India has been an important partner in education, capacity building, technical training, and human resource development for Eritrean youth. Through scholarships, institutions, partnerships, and diplomatic cooperation, our relationship continues to evolve with promise. Eritrea, strategically located along the Red Sea, represents not merely a nation of resilience and independence, but also a critical partner in regional stability, maritime security, and Afro-Asian cooperation. India's engagement with Eritrea, particularly through development diplomacy and educational collaboration, reflects a broader vision of partnership that transcends transactional interests and aspires toward shared progress. Excellencies and scholars. A major pillar of contemporary India-Africa engagement has been the India-Africa Forum Summit, a transformative institutional framework that has significantly expanded relations between India and the African nations. The first India-Africa Forum Summit held in 2008 in New Delhi marked a historic moment in formalizing India's collective engagement with Africa. It established a new architecture of cooperation based on consultation, equality, and shared developmental priorities. The second summit, held in Addis Ababa in 2011, further strengthened this partnership by both broadening cooperation in trade, agriculture, education, health, and infrastructure. It represented India's recognition of Africa not as a peripheral region, but as a central partner in the emerging multipolar world order. The third India-Africa Forum Summit held in 2015 in Delhi was unprecedented in scale and significance, bringing together representatives from most African countries. This summit underscored India's commitment to Africa's Agenda 2063 and reinforced cooperation across strategic sectors including renewable energy, digital technology, peacekeeping, maritime cooperation, and institutional capacity building. These three summits have collectively transformed India-Africa relations into one of the main partnerships of the 21st century. Today, as discussions intensify around the forthcoming India-Africa Forum Summit, this next summit carries immense significance not only because it will renew existing commitments, but because it offers opportunity to refine India-Africa relations in light of contemporary global realities: climate change, digital inequality, food security, sustainable development, transition, South-South solidarity. For Eritrea, the fourth India-Africa Forum Summit presents a valuable opportunity to deepen collaboration with India in sectors such as higher education, maritime cooperation, healthcare, renewable energy, and regional peace. It is our hope that this summit will continue to prioritize developmental sovereignty while strengthening equitable global partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world undergoing profound transformation. The global south is no longer responding to international systems. It is actively reshaping them. Africa and India together possess the demographic strengths, civilizational depth, and strategic capacity to contribute meaningfully to a more just, inclusive, and multipolar global order. In this context, academic institutions such as the Department of African Studies are not passive observers. They are active architects of this future by producing scholarship, facilitating dialogue, and nurturing informed global citizens. You are contributing to diplomacy in its highest form, the diplomacy of ideas. As Eritrea continues to strengthen its partnership with India, we remain committed to dialogue, cooperation, and mutual advancement. We believe that through sustained engagement, academic, diplomatic, and developmental, we can together forge pathways that honor our histories while embracing our shared future. Let me conclude by once again congratulating the organizers of this important conference. May these 2 days of dialogue inspire new scholarship, stronger partnerships, and renewed commitment to Afro-Asian solidarity. I thank you all for your gracious attention. Long live India-Eritrea friendship. Long live India-Africa cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your invaluable guidance and for gracing this occasion. Now, we are delighted to announce the long-standing tradition of the Department of African Studies of publishing our esteemed journal since 1982. Today, we proudly continue our legacy and present the 27th volume of our journal. This publication work, commitment, and intellectual discourse. With great honor, I would like to invite our esteemed guests to join us in unveiling the latest edition of our journal. Dr. Manish Karwar, sir, Faculty, Department of African Studies, to extend a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Jyoti. It's really time for Africa, as Professor Anil Suklal has just told us. So it's time for Africa. Thank you, everyone. Today we are gathered here with the at Delhi, and after 1 month preparation, we are here. So thank you, everyone, for giving chance and their energy to conduct this 2 days. And why this conference is important? It's why? Because in the coming month, this month only, India Africa Forum Summit is going on, and every scholar, every speaker, they told about the India Africa Forum Summit 4. So why not the track 2 diplomacy? That means the university contribute towards the nation and the continent building. So this is our main agenda behind this whole this conference, and I'm very thankful to all excellency commissioners, high commissioners, and my scholars that they are gathered here. So and this is a opportunity to me also to thank everyone. Most of them I know very personally, and academically also. It's personally means academically in the field of academia. So at the outset, I extend my sincere gratitude to our patron, Professor Yogesh Kumar Singh sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi, for his constant encouragement and ideas. That's why we are here. I express my deep appreciation of our chief guest, His Excellency Alim Bolde Mariam sir. Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for you to come here, but you are here. It's a very encouraging for us. I express my deep appreciation of our chief guest, keynote speaker, Professor Anil Suklal sir. Yes sir, it's a homecoming for you every time. And I know morning it's a very hectic session for you, but you changed the whole schedule and you are here. So really, I appreciate your coming again. And just like Africa, Turkey, Africa, France, definitely sir, we are going to deliver India-Africa Forum Summit, a very, very productive idea. So, and thank you for encouraging university to connect with the think tank and connect with the government. It's a need of the hour. Thank you sir for giving us a wonderful idea. And my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Ambassador Sevala Naik Bude sir also. Because he's a constant source of inspiration. November, he came to our department first, and after that we had a good connect, and I hope in the coming months also the diplomacy and the academia has a good connect. So we see some of professors, they are in the part of India-Africa Forum Summit. Thank you very much sir for giving us your presence. And I extend my gratitude, all-time favorite at Delhi University, a special guest, Professor Balram Pani. No need to introduce him. So thank you very much, sir, for encouraging Department of African Studies every time. And your IR, International Relations, I listen to you. It's a wonderful how you capsulate India and Africa relations. Sir, thank you very much for giving your time to Department of African Studies. And I'm also thankful to Chairperson, Professor Neera Mitra, Chairperson, Industrial Relations. Thank you, ma'am. It's your second coming in a bigger event. We get together along, but it's the second coming to the bigger event. Thank you very much, ma'am, for constant encouraging us to build this atmosphere. And all-time favorite, a true leadership, a true acknowledge our head of department, Professor A. Yaruingam, and convener, Professor Gajendra Singh. The successful completion of all this organizing committee and all these seminars and conferences. And all my faculty members, high commissioners, counselors, and two of my good friends are also here. I do not name them because people say, why not me, why not the person? So thank you very much, all professors, all my scholars. And I put your picture on the last this collage. And why?
And Madam Anisa's presence is very important. Why? Because she is a high commissioner as well as a student of this university. And she came at 10 o'clock. She came at 10 o'clock. This is the inspiration for our young scholar. Be on time and very particular. Thank you, Madam Anisa, for coming and give this opportunity. And a special thanks to our moderator, a whole team behind this conference, and my heartfelt thanks to my faculty members, my friends from different communities, different departments, and every then and now I'll give a 2 lines. So this time also I'm going to reiterate the 2 lines, and the English translation is here for my esteemed panel, because I know Hindi is very difficult for you also. Okay, so I recite for everyone, and English translation is here. तुमने शोर मचाया था अपनी छोटी सी जीत पर, मैं अपनी खामोशी से बड़ी तारीख लिखूंगा। जो पत्थर फेंके थे तुमने मेरी राहों में, आज उन्हीं को जोड़कर अपना कल का महल रचूंगा। किस्मत का हर पन्ना अब नया पैगाम लाएगा, तुम्हारा तो वक्त आया था, मेरा दौर आएगा। Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. One more. हौसले जिंदगी के देखते हैं, चलिए कुछ रोज जी के देखते हैं। नींद पिछली सदी की जख्मी है, ख्वाब अगली सदी के देखते हैं। That means India-Africa relations. We must conclude, conquer a very strong India-Africa relationship. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. And a little bit, because we are getting late, so we come in between 15 and 20 minutes to start our next panel, where 5 or 6 high commissioners and ambassadors are giving you a very bold and descriptive idea about the India-Africa Forum Summit. Thank you very much. Over to you, Jyoti.
Thank you, sir. Now I request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Thank you so much everyone for taking out time to join us for this 2-day international conference. With the inaugural session concluded and the intellectual spirit ignited, I would like to invite you all for high tea. Let us carry these conversations forward over refreshments before we reassemble for our plenary sessions and paper presentations. We have 20 minutes time for the high tea. Thank you.
Taupanti pomwana kimuningana miso ya mama. Ezali mapena yoka komina pasi na zati. Na hako yana Kenya na yako zwa yoto zonga na Kinshasa. Yairuti mapasa lokumo ya famille oti wapi Arambe 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 oh Arambe nyayo nakina yobi nakozonga netuni nakina yobi pona salisa tuni nakina yobi nakozonga netuni nakina yobi pona salisa tuni nakina yobi. Thank you.
Well done, Miss Ishimu. That was indeed a great start to the event. For the panel discussion now, we have amongst us 6 distinguished dignitaries, starting with the chair, His Excellency High Commissioner Mustafa Jawara, High Commissioner of the Gambia to India. Sir, I will request you to please come on stage. Among the panelists we have High Commissioner Ambassador Ebdenor Khalifi, Ambassador of Algeria to India. Sir, I would like to request you to please come on stage. High Commissioner, His Excellency, Deputy High Commissioner Sedgwick Crawley, Deputy High Commissioner of South Africa to India. Sir, I request you to please come on stage. Yes, please. His Excellency Ambassador Molalin Ashpaw, the Ambassador of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to India. His Excellency Professor Som, Ambassador of Burkina Faso to India. His Excellency Dr. Sanjay Devan, Consul General of Cape Verde in India. On behalf of the department, I would welcome you all to this session, the first session which is themed on future of partnership between India and Africa and other countries. Now, sir, I would like to hand over the session to His Excellency, Ambassador Jawara.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, namaskar, good afternoon. I am glad once again to be back at Delhi University. This time, not as an individual representing a high commission or a country, but as representing the entire African Union. Today marks a very important step in the relationship between our continent and the India subcontinent. If you look at the population-wise, India is almost equal to Africa. So to have this conference, this dialogue, before the India-Africa Forum Summit, I think is not only timely, but it's also very important, because it has come at a time when there is a disorder in the global system. I call it a storm in the teapot, which needs folks that have wisdom, that can think into the future to see how policies are formed. And in this conference, India-Africa Forum conference, is very important because we are following a path, not only the path of our forefathers, our founding fathers, who paved the way for us to attain our independence, Africa and India, but also to follow the footsteps of forefathers in the millennia. India-Africa relationship dates back to thousands of years. So what we are doing today is not new. We are following a path. And this dialogue is very important. If you look at the history of our continent, Africa and the Indian subcontinent, we share so many similarities. We were all colonized. And one may ask, one may come to the conclusion, why Africa is at the state where it is today. This is academic exercise. I think you, the students at this university, have to do more research to know what is the status of Africa today and how did it get to this state. What are the reasons? There are so many number of reasons. Somebody who is naive may think that Africa is not developed because Africans are lazy. That is wrong assumption. It is false. Africans are the most hardworking people you can ever meet on any part of the world. But you also have to look at the historical context, the structural inequalities. What happened after World War II? We all know about the Bretton Woods Conference. The West, they came together to form IMF, World Bank. For what? To assist Europe. Because at that point, their entire economic system collapsed. In fact, during that process, a lot of us, Africans, died. A lot of Indians also died. We had a lot of Africans who came to India to be sent to Europe. Most of them didn't make it. But they did that for Europe. And they also did something important for Israel. But what have they done for the African continent after the slave trade was ended? Zero. So we have to look at structural inequalities. We have to be fair. Why this is happening? Africa is at this stage. However, we can also take some kind of responsibility. The current state, there is war all over Africa. But there are more powers. There are powers who are behind us. If you look at all the states that are having troubles, all of them have good resources, mineral resources. And the West don't want to let that go. So we have to be fair. We look at all these contexts to see why Africa is at this stage. That is my opening statement. And I'm glad to, with with my fellow ambassadors here on the stage to kind of engage them as to the future of our continent, Africa and India. What are we gaining out of this conference? What are the hopes? What are the aspirations? We have similar aspirations. How can we get there? These are the most pertinent issues we have to tackle. And my fellow ambassadors here will give you insights as to what is coming when this forum comes at the end of the month. Excellencies, I will have to start from my right, Ambassador Asfau. No, it's okay. It's okay. We start. No, it's okay. We start from the far right, Ambassador Asfau of Ethiopia. Can you give us your perspective as to what this conference, this summit that is coming, what are we expecting? What are the aspirations? What can India and Africa achieve from this conference? 8 minutes.
Thank you, Excellency. Distinguished ambassadors, professors, students, it's very good morning or afternoon. I don't know, it's afternoon maybe. It's very good afternoon. I think this is a very important session. Yesterday we had one forum in our embassy. There was a forum called India-Africa Dialogue, a kind of curtain raiser for the sake of this India-Africa Forum Summit. As Excellency rightly mentioned that the India-Africa relationship go back to 2,000 years of recorded history. As you said, it's not new. The only thing that we have done the past 20 years, when the inception of the India-Africa Forum Summit was, it is a revival and institutionalization of that partnership. Just create a mechanism. We just have got a platform, how to collaborate, how to partner, and how to go about those long-standing and deep relationship between India and Africa. As it was said, we have almost equal number of population. Africa, as we all know, a resource-rich continent. You can imagine 30% of the global mineral resources found in Africa. We can name all the details. More than 50% of global gold, more than 70% of global cobalt, more than 20% of global uranium found in Africa. It's not literally, we can say that it's rich. It's really rich in resource. But the problem is that resource will not only invite foreign direct investment. It also creates political appetite. That's why still there is a challenge, despite we have all these resources. Therefore, Africa needs a partner, a trusted partner, so as to explore this potential and collaborate. That's why we have established a platform, the India-Africa Forum. So the India-Africa relationship is a kind of trusted relationship. It's a mutual benefit and a mutual prosperity, because both continents, India is not a country, it's a subcontinent, right? So the Indian subcontinent as well as the African continent have a shared vision, have an aligned vision. Africa's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and India's Vision 2047, Viksit Bharat, is our common agenda. This common agenda will be inspired by our, common values of inspiration. How to achieve this vision, or how to realize this vision. The philosophy of Sabka Vikas is properly aligned with Ubuntu. This is a kind of inclusiveness, a kind of togetherness, a kind of mutual understanding and mutual benefit. It's not a kind of condescending issue. So that's why India-Africa partnership, or the forum that we are expecting in the coming months, will deliberate a lot of outcomes in all sectors, be it in education, be it in investment, be it in innovation, or infrastructure. We are expecting such kind of deliverables in the coming India-Africa Forum Summit.
Thank you so much, Excellency. I think that is very, very important. Africa-India partnership is based on trusted partnership and mutual understanding. I think this is very important. Mutual understanding and trusted partnership. We have to understand each other and we have to trust each other. Once trust is there and mutual responsibility is there, I think the future is bright for our two continents. Excellency, Ambassador Khalifi, what is your take on this future partnership, Africa-India partnership?
Thank you, Excellency. Allow me in outset to express my sincere appreciation to the University of Delhi for the invitation, particularly for the President and the Dean of the African Studies. This invitation and for organizing this timely and intellectually valuable round table. It's a real pleasure for me also to be among such as distinguished audience comprising eminent professors, researchers, students, and fellow ambassadors representing friendly countries. First of all, also I want to talk about the relation between India and Africa. It's not new. It's a historical, deep, and built on trust. India stood firmly with Africa during its liberation struggles, including Algerians' own fight for independence. The presence of representation of provisional government of Algeria in India remain a strong symbol of that solidarity. This is not only history. It's a political and a moral foundation built on sovereignty, on principle, sovereignty, solidarity. The same principle later shaped the non-alignment movement and the Group of 77, where India and African countries worked together to promote more balanced and just international order. Today, Africa is not a continent waiting. We are more than 1.4 billion people, mostly young. Our economy are growing at around 4%. Some countries 7%. And we hold nearly 30% of global and natural resources. But beyond these figures, what truly matters in this, Africa now has a vision. It is implementing it. The African Continental Free Trade Area is not a concept. It is a historic project building a unified continental market. At the level of the African Union, there is a clear shift from planning to implementation, from commitments to delivery, from vision to action. Africa is not a single narrative. It is a continent of multiple experiences moving in the same direction. We can observe, for example, governance progress in Gambia. We can a constructive diplomatic engagement from Ethiopia at the continental level, and the strong economic and industrial roles of the South Africa. Different paths, but a shared trajectory. This diversity is not a weakness. It is a strength. The India-Africa partnership is not artificial. It is structurally natural. Africa brings scale, resources, and human capital. India brings technology, innovation, and development experience. This complementarity is already visible in practice. Digital transformation, pharmaceuticals, renewable energy, and capacity building. Initiatives such as the International Solar Alliance, India's digital public infrastructure models, and financial lines of credit are not promises. They are operational tools already delivering impact. India is therefore not only a partner, is a trusted and practical partner. In this evolving architecture, Algeria plays strategic bridging roles. Geographically, Algeria stands at the crossroad of Africa and the Mediterranean. Strategically, it connected regions, markets, and corridors. Through major infrastructure projects, Trans-Saharan Highway, energy corridors, and the digital connectivity networks, Algeria contribute to strengthening African integration. In the energy sector, Algeria is a reliable supplier of hydrocarbon and an emerging actor in renewable energy, particularly solar power, opening new opportunity for cooperation with India. At the same time, Algeria brings experience in a critical area, stability and security. Within the African Union, Algeria has contributed to continental efforts on counterterrorism and the prevention of violent extremism, based on a comprehensive approach linked security and development. Because one principle remains clear, there is no development without stability. The upcoming Africa-India summit in New Delhi is not an ordinary diplomatic event. It's a moment of responsibility, because the question is no longer, should we cooperate? We already do. The real question is now, is how we deliver better. Africa is ready. India is capable. The partnership is mature. What is required now is execution. We must move from declaration to projects, from agreements to implementation, from intentions to measurable impact. What we need today in a new logic of cooperation, a partnership based on bankable projects, measurable outcomes, and tangible impact on the ground. Africa is not looking for traditional partnership. It's looking for co-building partnerships. And in this context, countries like Algeria can act as facilitator, bridging regions, enabling connectivity, and supporting scalable regional initiatives. Indian wisdom reminds us that Fozodhyava Kotombakam, the world is one family. This captures the essence of Africa-India relations, not just partners, but co-builders and shared futures. As a saying goes, if you want to go far, go together. This is exactly what defines this partnership. The opportunity is clear, the tools exist, and the will is there. What matters how is execution. Thank you for kind attention.
Thank you so much, Excellency, for those insightful statements. You have mentioned quite a number of very important issues. The development of a country or continent cannot be developed without stability. I think this is true of all times. The solar alliance, partnership between India and Africa, I think that's also quite an important undertaking that Gambia is a member of the Solar Alliance, and we have also benefited from that project. Africa is not a single story; it's a diverse story. I think this is quite true. We also kind of share the same belief of non-alignment movement and G77. India-Africa partnership relationship is not new. These are very true statements. Excellency, thank you for that statement. Excellency, Mr. Ambassador Crowley, thank you very much for participating with us in this program. In our continent, the AU, I think South Africa is not a small country, it's a big country with a lot of resources and has a lot of history with India. The founding of your country, I think, and the founding of India, I think these are intertwined. During the struggle for India's independence, we all know that what happened, and during your struggle also, I think India also participated in the struggle for Africa independence. I think this is an axiom. We all believe in that. What is your perspective as to this renewed relationship? We are going into the summit with a lot of momentum. How can we maintain it? And what can we achieve from this momentum? Is it sustainable or is it not? Excellency. With your permission, I'll use the please do.
Is on, right? What? This is high. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Very good. To the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, my good friend, the Ambassador of Eritrea, my younger brother, I always say. He looks much younger than I do, and he's an inspiration to me as a young diplomat. To my esteemed panelists, to the organizers, the conveners, the students, I saw photos shared last night by Ambassador Karamvar, showing how busy you were. And that was about 10:30 in the evening. And I asked him this morning, did you ever sleep? So let me acknowledge the hard work that you and the convening committees have set up, and thank you for your inputs. To His Excellency, the moderator, Ambassador Jabara, thank you for the question. I, dear colleagues, in reflecting on this topic, will look at this future, and that I think is essentially what you posed and what we have to address in this important session. So I have 3 points to make. 3 points. One
is that this relationship is not new. This partnership is not new. Secondly, that the Africa-India partnership is here to stay. The India-Africa partnership is here to stay. And the third and important one, the India-Africa partnership will grow. So I think it addresses your point about the sustainability of this partnership. And I wish to limit myself to the 8 minutes that you have granted us. So what is the state of partnership globally when we look at the current geopolitical context that is confronting us? And this perhaps is summed up in a publication called the Global Cooperation Barometer that was issued in 2005 by a private sector driven organization, and they said thus. They said, as the world transitioned from what had been a stable post-Cold War global order for a new, more unsettled, unpredictable period, political and geopolitical turbulence has the potential to degrade global cooperation efforts. But, it says, it does not need to. It does not need to undermine. Current uncertainty doesn't need to undermine our desire for cooperation. If we look at the SDGs when it was adopted, SDG 17 talks about global partnership and partnership in general because we are interdependent. We have to coexist as countries and communities. We are not islands on our own, despite what some people in the current context are claiming, that they can do it all by themselves. And because of that, that is recognized in the SDGs, in SDG 7. So we have seen in recent days, in recent months, in recent years, a retrenchment of that commitment to partnership in favor of unilateral action. But what I think we also experience, Excellencies, and I draw my inspiration from that, is what we experienced in 1955 during the Cold War and during the struggle for the anti-colonial struggle. And that is a Bandung moment when the 29 states came together to look at how they can assist in the decolonization, in the development, and essentially developed a blueprint for how countries of the South want to engage this world and want to cooperate and want to collaborate. So that is the first important point. And I think the session, so if this is the moderator, you are what? The session director. Let's give it a title. The session director talked about Bandung when she made the opening remarks, Professor. And so I'm glad you touched on that. I think it was also touched on by our colleagues that spoke about NAM and the G77, because Bandung was the conference that gave life to the establishment of the non-aligned movement and the G77. This department, coincidentally, I also learned today, was established in the very year that Bandung conference took place by the very leader that played such a great role, Prime Minister Nehru, at that conference. So I think that already there, the stated objective of collaboration, the stated objective of Africa and Asia working together, found not only expression in the outcome document, but found expression in the creation of institutions like this department to forge that liberation. And so that collaboration is built on solidarity. So you will recall when your Honorable Minister of External Affairs was asked the question, what is meant by South-South cooperation? He said, you know, it is not just a diplomatic term. It is an emotion. It is a vibe. It is rooted in that very aspect of solidarity. And so I think that is what characterized the collaboration at present between India and Africa, and there is that historical link based on the shared history of oppression and colonialism and racism that we experience. So then, therefore, the principles of Bandung, the desire to work together is ingrained in our DNA as peoples of Africa and Asia and India in particular. It is based in that very concept of Vasudeva Katumbukam. It is based on Ubuntu. It is based on that African proverb that says, if you want to walk fast, you must walk alone. If you want to walk far, we must walk together. And I say that is the DNA that underpins this partnership more than anything else. So I move on to the second feature, and that is the importance of this relationship with its shared history. Looking at the current context, and colleagues have referred to this, we have a population of 1.5 billion people on the continent, 1.4 billion strong in India, a GDP of just over 3.5 billion in Africa, and India today, I think, accounts for 4.7 billion. We account for 37% of the global population. So therein lies our wealth. In our population, in our people. We are the future market, consumer market. We are the future creators of jobs and of wealth. And there are significant opportunities for collaboration as we build this future together. Since we will be the ones that constitute the majority of the world population in 2050, Africa's population will be 2.5 billion, yours will be around 1.7 billion, constituting more than 40% of global population. So it is in our interest as the largest population in future to collaborate and to define that future that we want for ourselves. And therein lies the imperative for us to collaborate and to continue collaboration. So that, my dear friends, was my second important point. This partnership is here to stay. Why is it here to stay? Because in the future, we will be the majority. In the future, and if we are not concerned about our future, there's no need to collaborate today already and to build on the collaboration that existed since the 1950s and even millennia before. So that was my second point, and I'm coming to my final point, which says that this partnership, this AI partnership, and I'm not talking here about technology, I'm talking about Africa-India. That partnership is here to stay, and it will grow, and it will grow exponentially. You cannot contemplate a future without us collaborating and coordinating. We are stronger together. That's also a slogan I heard somewhere else. I think it's one of our rugby teams. But I think it's apt that we are stronger together. And that is why this forthcoming summit is important. As a reset to take us into the future. And so we need to, as Ambassador said, see how this partnership can evolve even to a deeper extent in terms of both scope and in terms of structures. Whether it is sufficient to meet once every few years, or whether we must have institutions built into it that can evaluate, monitor, advance, and correct if needs be, that can react and respond as things are unfolding. This morning, the importance of technology was emphasized, and how that will almost control the future. You know, AI and all the important technologies that is being developed. And most of the minerals to drive that technology, the EVs that we want and everything else, is found in Africa. And the commitment you heard from Ambassador Modi this morning is that they don't want to only extract our resources, but they want to beneficiate those resources. And that is the true essence of partnership, work for the benefit of everyone. Not only applies to minerals, the Continental Free Trade Agreement further opens up opportunity for Indian companies to invest in our industrialization and to have access to this large consumer market that will stand at almost 2.5 billion in 2050. And so, my dear friends, I think that India and Africa has much to gain from future collaboration, whether it's in pharma, ICT, whether it is in renewable energies. All these areas are important. So in 2005, when reflecting on the state, commemorating the 50th anniversary of Bandung, a former president of ours, Mbeki, stated thus, he says, "It is said that no longer should the people of Asia and Africa be condemned for all time to suffer from the pain and indignity of poverty, deprivation, and underdevelopment, which resulted in these masses being described as the wretched of the earth." So people were looking down on us many years ago. We are the wretched of the earth. He says when the historic gathering in Bandung in 1955 projected a vision which we have described, it did not count on the benevolence of others to bring about this outcome. It was confident acting in unity. The peoples of Africa and Asia had the strength to create a new world order, born of their liberation and their ability to be history makers. And so I conclude by saying that this summit at the end of this month and future summits, and that this partnership between Africa and India holds the promise that if we act in unity, if we walk together, the people of Africa and India have the strength to create a new world order born of their liberation to be the makers of history. It is in our hands. Let's work together, let's walk together, and let's celebrate together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those invaluable remarks and inspirational remarks. You have mentioned quite a very, very important points here. India-Africa relationship is not new. India-Africa relationship is here to stay. India-Africa relationship must grow. The current uncertainties, the turmoil, and the global order uncertainties must not deter our cooperation. I think this is very, very important. The South-South cooperation
a very good university, and one of the university who founded the first Africa Studies department. It is very important in the world. One of the first university. I can say it is the first university who founded Association Africa Studies department. And last year we were here, yeah, to celebrate the 70th anniversary. I was here. So, congratulations again, and to you. Yeah. Regarding this event, I'm very glad to be here with the other colleagues, with your trustees, yeah, to talk about this thematic and regarding the summit, yeah, India-Africa summit to come. India-Africa relationship today is going to be one of the wonderful, one of the best in the world for many reasons. Yeah. Same history, they are due linked to colonialism. Yeah, we fought together, our leaders in the colonial time, and to go to independence, they fought together, they support each other to be independent. And what remains today is our way to development. Development through democracy development, and our relationship for the well-being of our population. And when we talk about democracy, we cannot do it without talking with our heaven and Nigeria regarding our states, the building of our state. Because development is related to who you are, what you have, and how are the relationship with the others. How are you relate to the others? Is that the way of the development? Let's say African countries, Africa, one word, has been colonized by West, and it was for them a priority for them, for their well-being. So what plays the state in the context of flexible borders, the persistence of form of institutionalization powers, the creation of economic, political, transnational network, underpinned by shifting how Africa can can come up from his democracy to development. First of all, our state has suffered because we share relationships as people, as common people. Ethnic group were very linked. When Western countries came for colonization, they divided Africa in small entities. How these small entities can be developed when they reach independence? Sure, we have some natural researchers and they have told about it a lot. But when you are divided like this by little countries, when you say you take a sum of our countries, they are very little. How to develop? So it to say that in the mind of the colonizers of Western people, it was to put us on the way on non-developed people, a non-developed continent. But our leaders in the time, they fought for independence. And fortunately, today, all of our countries are now, I can say, are now independent. What remains is the development. How to go to development now? It is to have a very good link in our relationship to other countries. And this other country, one of the other countries is India. Burkina Faso recently decided to turn his face now to partners which are very serious, which are some examples, yeah, of growing examples and fruitful relationship. And this one of these partner is India. Why India? Because India leadership has my brother of South Africa taught through Bandung Conference, 1955. During this conference, our countries, some were not, a lot of them were not independent. By this, it was at the beginning of commitment for us to sustain each other, to support each other. And because we traverse the same historical colonization. And for this reason, India and Africa support each other. Burkina Faso now is growing with a lot of Indian companies, more than 3,000 companies of Indians are in Burkina Faso. And every day at the airport, Burkina, you'll meet some Indian coming there. It to say that we are in Africa, we can say the same. For African country, we are a destination now, a very good destination, very appropriate destination to many countries. And India understood that Africa is a very good destination for him. It's for this reason, Indians are coming better and better in our countries. And Africa, we are also open now to India. Burkina Faso, when I reached here, there are 3 years. 3 years I'm here. And what I think, one of the first and strong relationship to build between two countries, it is the youth, education and youth. And one of the best philosophers, French philosopher, Rousseau, he said, if you want to change the world, you have to change the spirit. If you want to change things, you have to change spirit. If you can change spirit, you can change man. So to change our world now, facing war and so on, we have to change spirit. And whose spirit can we change? And it would be better for us, it is through youth spirit. And the youth spirit, when it will change, the world will be better. We can add education, knowledge. Knowledge is very important for us, for our countries, because the youth part in our population is 60 to 65% of the population in Burkina Faso. So it's very important. How to give a very good skill to this youth, it is through our relationships. So we prioritize in Burkina Faso our relationship with India, linking the youth studying here in India. They are in Jenu, they are in a lovely university, Noida International University, lot of university now here. Because India, the way India is going on his development is remarkable. So, and he has a brilliant prime minister that showing the way where to go. And this conference, India-Africa conference, cannot be, or may not be, just for lot of discourse, lot of speech, but concrete situation. How to have some data in order to measure what we said, the engagement. We took how to measure this kind of engagement for better results before talking about a real development. We have to take care of what we take, what we said, have engagement, and what we are able to do really, yeah, regarding the statement, regarding the situation, regarding what we decided to do together. And it is time now for Indian also to know Africa better. I don't know if in this room some Indians, youth, you are, yeah, the young students, if you have, you know Africa, where do you know Africa? Which country you know Africa? When they will say Burkina Faso, do you know where Burkina Faso it is located in Africa? I'm not sure. So people to, yeah, so people to people, yeah, linking must be one of the best relationship, one of the situation we have to talk about, and we have to implement it. If people to people are not linked, the development will be zero. So it's people who bring development. The minds, when the minds are connected, the development can come. But if we keep on talking by diplomatic gathering, only scientific gathering will never reach development. So through our relation, through this summit, we must get a good regard, yeah, for people connection, for cultural connection, for each and other knowing each connection, for education connection. Thank you so much.
Excellency, thank you so much for those inciting words you have said. You have said a lot, and these are very, 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 very important. India-Africa relationship is one of the best in the world. I can attest to that. Flexible borders when it comes to Africa, we can see that in the Sahel and in our region, West African region. I think we are trying to go borderless, in our development trajectory. I think these are very, very important, issues. When you look at the colonialism, one of the vestiges of colonial, rule to Africa is the division of Africa into regions, small, regions and tribes. I think India is fortunate that you have not gone through that process and you would not understand it. However, in our context, the African context, for example, if you look at Mali Empire, Mansa Musa was the ever-living richest man who ever lived on the face of this planet. When he went to Hajj from Mali, to Saudi Arabia, the economy of those countries from Egypt, Morocco, they all collapsed because he had so much gold, with him. But when the colonizers came, they divided, Mali, Gambia, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Mali, Ivory Coast, Senegal, Mauritania. We are all the same, Mali Empire. It's the same people. We speak the same, the same languages, But they divided us into, Gambia. If you look at the map, can almost go into Senegal. I refuse when people say Gambia is surrounded by Senegal. No, it's not. We are not. So but I mean, this is what happened. So I can, definitely, attest to that unfortunate incident that happened to us. Burkina Faso is turning towards fruitful relationships. I think this is very important. And then India has taken a center stage in that development trajectory. We see about more than 2,000, Indian companies in Burkina Faso, and I think this is quite a very important, development in the relationship between India and Burkina Faso and the entire African continent. Education, youth education, this is pertinent. A nation cannot develop without education, and we cannot spare our youth population. They have to get that thing. That education is very, very important. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your. Now, I have come to my friend, the Right Excellency Dr. Sanjay Diwan. Dr. Sanjay Diwan is not new to this university. Because he is one of the inspirations behind me coming, to this event. He's been calling me all, Excellency, Excellency, we have to go to this event. I said, I'll go, I'll not even reply. Just tell them I'm coming, So, but because, we have a historical relationship. He is part African, I call it. He was raised in Africa. So he understands Africa, just like any of us who was born in Africa. And luckily for the Gambia also, he was the honorary consul general for our country before we set up the High Commission, Gambia High Commission. You can see our relationship now. Are you seeing it? Now, from Gambia, he is now the honorary consul general for Cabo Verde, Cape Verde. So he's still with Africa. And as a matter of fact, West Africa. So he has tons of experience, tons of knowledge about our region, about the African continent. And also he is Indian. So he can relate to any issue within India and Africa. Your Excellency, I think this conference is very important for all of us. However, it's also important for you. You have witnessed the 2000, when this India-Africa Forum began, you were present. The three former sessions, you were present. You participated in them. And you are now one of the architects trying to formulate what is coming in the forum. Can you give us a historical context of this relationship, and how do you see the future of India-Africa partnership?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and much thanks to Excellency Mustafa Jwara, who had very kind words for me. And I'm also very glad that Excellency Alam Waldemariam has also stayed back, though he was the chief guest for the inauguration session. Thank you, Excellency. Yes, like Excellency Jwara said, yes, I'm going to complete my 50 years of relationship with Africa on 5th of September this year. So it was in 1976, 5th of September, I had gone to Zambia with my father, who was an advisor to government of Zambia on a Commonwealth assignment. So I've been a student in Africa, I've been a businessman in Africa, I've been a diplomat in Africa, I've done almost all kind of assignments or work that is, kind of concerned with how would I say, no, India and Africa, yeah. And probably I would be the only one in this hall who would have had 50 years of experience working both in India and Africa. I have an advantage today that most of the things that the scholars or the students out here wanted to know has already been told to you and has been articulated very well by previous speakers. And I'm sure you don't want to know more about it. So I will start off with my experience with Africa and the kind of growth we have seen between India and Africa relationship, and what are the constraints today in India-Africa relationship. So friendship can be, I personally feel, can be termed in two kind of friendships are there. One is, which is a very genuine friendship where you respect a person, you love a person, you respect, their weaknesses and strength, and there's a lot of mutual respect. And then the other one is the unavoidable evil, where you cannot break that friendship because you're scared of that friendship getting broken. And you continue with that relationship. So India has had relationship with Africa, that of value based. Culturally, you know, we relate very well. Spiritually also we relate very well. And whenever I have been to Africa, even when I was 14 years old, I saw the welcome or the, you know, open-handed approach that the Africans had towards Indians. And regarding the summits, yes, summits are basically culmination of the work that you do, and then it ends up with a summit. So summits have taken place, so I won't be able to elaborate much on what has been this thing, but today one of the important thing that is kind of can be done between India-Africa relationship and on priority basis is, one is on agriculture, and second is on your, you know, financing. The financing on especially for MSMEs. Now what has happened is, most of the time I meet people and everybody wants to say, yo, you get cheap gold in Africa. Can I import gold from Africa? No, that is not true. You don't get cheap gold anywhere, you know. It has to be through a proper channel. If you want to get into smuggling, you can, you know, any part of the world you'll get cheap gold, you know. So that is not it. Getting raw materials from Africa also has been, you know, that has added to our GDPs and the numbers, you know, that have been discussed earlier. But frankly speaking, you know, we have not kind of gone and done, set up industries in Africa. The big factories, yes, they can go, they can get money. Money is available from all over the world. But when it comes to small and medium enterprises, which becomes the backbone of any nation in terms of employment, in terms of you know, growth and utilization of their local material, that kind of investment is not going. So I hope the government of India considers putting up in this summit a dedicated fund for MSMEs for Africa, which is very important, because a lot of people come to us, young people, you know, who have startups or have some ideas in mind, feel that they can process a certain kind of material. They do come to us, you know, but then the question starts, where does the ball start? Where does the ball start rolling? It's so difficult, you know, to first identify kind of a project which can be implemented easily without problems, and then where does the financing come from? In Africa, financing is not cheap. It is expensive. So where do you get, you know, cheap financing? And with that expensive financing, there is no way, you know, you can see success. And nor would it be very useful for the country where you're going and setting up these industries. Agriculture, yes, I saw the initiative yesterday, which I have been discussing with government for a very long time, that India should have a nodal agency set up by a big land pool and give it to cooperatives and farmers from various places to go and do agriculture out there. Unfortunately, the news was there yesterday in the media that Tanzania has signed an agreement for 100,000 acres with the Haryana government. Now I only hope that doesn't become a government-to-government project and is converted to benefit of farmers in India, and then the local farmers are trained, and that is how the development and relationship develops. Like Excellency said, 2004 I had my relationship with Gambia, and it still continues. Those were value-based relationship. It was not there that I had gone to Gambia and people coming to me to say, okay, from Gambia it is simple to go to Europe, so can I get a visa to go to Gambia and then fly off to Europe? No. It was a very genuine thing, and the government of Gambia always kind of trusted me that I would not be doing wrong, and I was one of the few honorary consul generals who was issuing visas from India. So those were the relationship, those were the things which I observed, and I really hope that India-Africa relationship goes beyond what it is right now, and long live India-Africa relationship. Thank you. About the university, yes. And department, yes. So I was the first time I met Dr. Manish Karamwar was in kind of a very formal kind of a meeting, and again that converted into great respect, mutual respect, and that liking for him, and madam out here, and So it was again a relationship which was not unavoidable evil. It was a real true friendship. And yes, and since then I have been in touch with Dr. Manish, and I have conveyed to my friend excellencies that yes, this is the place where we should give our message, so that these are the students who are finally going to go to the level, you know, where we want people to be knowing what is to be done. Maybe we don't get the year right now because of the accessibility, but the students are the one who are finally going to take this message, to note this message today and execute when they come into power, or when they become the deciding people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency, for that very, very important statement about the state of the relationship between India and Africa. That culturally we have so many similarities. I think one of the misconceptions about culture is that we are different. To me, you can quote me, I say, we are 95% similar. We are not that apart culturally. You have to travel in our continent, and you also travel India. You will come to the same conclusion that I have come to, that culturally we are almost the same. Original cultures, not added cultures, but original cultures, we are almost the same. The color might be different. Even in Africa, we have different colors. That's not important. But culturally, we are almost the same. I think these are very, very important things that we have to put into perspective. Agriculture, he is going into details as to what our relationship, our future relationships, should be. I think this is very important. For example, in the Gambia, since we attained our independence in 1965, our colonial masters, they have not left any factory in that country. And that happens to almost all African countries. The countries that they built factories, they didn't want to leave them behind. That's why they had war. But for us, when we requested our independence, they gave it to us. Their concern was that we could not do it on our own. That is why Gambia is called the improbable nation, because the British then, they didn't think that we can be independent. And our founding fathers refused. They said, no, we will do it on our own. And in 1965, we attained our independence and became a member to the United Nations and all other international institutions. And India, by the way, was present at that ceremony when we attained our independence. So we have a long history, Madam. Thank you.
Respected dignitaries, thank you so much for a truly captivating session. Indeed, India and Africa share common histories, hopes, and aspirations. And if we are able to strengthen our collaboration through investment in education and trade, we will be able to make a new world order, as you rightly pointed out, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Rashmi Kapoor and Dr. Sandeepni Dash from the Department of African Studies to kindly felicitate the chair and the esteemed panel. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a really fantastic session. Sir, so you did it? Yes, you did it definitely. Yeah, no, why disappoint? Why disappointed, sir? And this is one of the power pack. Samir is talking like this is just like India-Africa summit going on. So, very good. And thank you for that. And love Delhi. We are having good cheer up. One having. Announce for lunch. Artika, lunch at 2:30 will come. And after this, power pack, lady high
On behalf of the department, I would like to invite each one of you to have lunch with all of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and colleagues. A very warm welcome to all of you. A very warm welcome to all of you. My name is Zahira Mir. I come from a background of engineering and sociology, and currently I'm a research scholar at Department of African Studies in University of Delhi. It's both a privilege and a joy to be moderating today's session. Before we commence today's panel discussion, we have a cultural performance that reflects the spirit of creativity and tradition. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce Ms. Rewan Abdel Nasir from Egypt. Ms. Rewan is an ICCR scholar who completed her BBA in Kathak and is currently pursuing her post-graduation in the same discipline. She has mastered the vibrant Bhangra folk dance and is preparing to pursue her master's degree in Odissi classical dance. Let's welcome her with heartfelt appreciation and a warm round of applause.
जय 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 नटराज नटेश्वर 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 गायन वादन नर्तन ईश्वर गायन वादन नर्तन ईश्वर शिव महेश गिरिजा शिव शंकर शिव महेश गिरिजा शिव शंकर जय 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 नटराज नटेश्वर जय 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 नटराज नटेश्वर
चंद्र चपल कर आरती शिव की झिझिकत हुल हुल गंग खलक नाचत शंकर घड़न कीर्तक धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा सा धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा सा धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा कीर्तक धुन धुन धा
जय 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 नटराज नटेश्वर
कीर्तक धा तिट धा तिट धा तिट धा ता धा धा कीर्तक धा तिट धा धा तिट धा धा तिट धा धा तिट 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 धा
रंग मंचन की तनन दीम दीम तनन दीम तदीम तदीम तनन दीम तदीम तनन दीम तदीम तन दे रे ना रंग मंचन की कला देवता रंग मंचन की ma pa da ni sa re sa ni da pa ma pa da ni sa ni da pa ma pa da pa ga ma re ga ma pa ga ma re sa. Jaya 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 Nataraja.
वृंदावन कुंज भवन नाचत गिरधारी धर 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 मुरली अधर भर भर स्वर मधुर मधुर कर कर नटवर स्वरूप सुंदर सुखकारी धन 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 बजत ताल ठुम 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 चलत चाल चरणन छन 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 नुपुर ध्वनि प्यारी धीर 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 करत गान फिर 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 लेत दान मिल 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 रचत रास संग गोपिया वद 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 वदन चंद हस 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 हसन मंद ब्रह्मानंद नंद नंद नंदन बलिहारी ब्रह्मानंद नंद नंद नंदन बलिहारी ब्रह्मानंद नंद नंद नंदन बलिहारी नंदन बलिहारी नंदन बलिहारी ता
बाजत मृदंग ता दा दा धनन बाजत मृदंग ता दा दा धनन बाजत मृदंग ता दा दा धनन बाजत मृदंग
Thank you so much, Ms. Rewan, for that impressive, marvelous performance. As a gesture of appreciation, we now felicitate. As a gesture of appreciation, we now felicitate Ms. Rewan with a sapling as a symbol of growth, continuity, and resilience. I call Mr. Manish Karamwar to please felicitate her with a sapling. Dr. Manish Karamwar. That was indeed marvelous performance. With that beautiful performance energizing our spirits, we now move to today's session. I would like to request the panelists of this session to take seat on the stage. Please. I would like to invite Ms. Anisa Beg, Her Excellency, who is the High Commissioner of Tanzania, to please come on the stage. I request Ms. Lalatiana Akush, High Commissioner of Seychelles to India. I request Ms. Stella Nkomo, Her Excellency, Ambassador of Zimbabwe to India. I now welcome Dr. Rashmi Kapoor, Faculty at Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. And I request Dr. Madhurima Kalai, Head of Academic Relations and Partnerships for South Asia and Africa at Taylor and Francis Group. It's my honor to introduce the theme of this special panel discussion, that is Women in Leadership and Academics, Political Representation, Participation, and Decision-Making Roles in Africa and India. According to Africa Gender Index 2023 report produced by African Development Bank Group and UN Economic Commission for Africa, women's representation in leadership has indeed shown progress, with trends in certain sectors exceeding 1/4 representation. That's great. The theme today is both timely and consequential, as it invites us to reflect on how women shape governance, scholarships, and partnerships across continents. In the present global scenario, India-Africa relationship stands as a cornerstone of South-South cooperation. The Department of African Studies takes immense pride in advancing this dialogue through sustained scholarships, inquiry, and meaningful engagements. The department's inception is symbolic, which was established in 1954 and formally inaugurated in August 1955, reflecting the spirit of Bandung Conference. Today, as we prepare for the 4th India-Africa Summit in May 2026, this legacy finds a renewed expression. With this, I have the honor to introduce our chair for this session, Her Excellency Miss Anisa Beg. I would like to call Dr. Manish Karamwar sir to please felicitate our chair with a sapling. I request sir to felicitate Miss Lalatiana Akush. Her Excellency. I would like, sir, to facilitate Her Excellency Miss Stella Nakomo. I would like, sir, to felicitate Dr. Rashmi Kapoor. I would like, sir, to facilitate Dr. I would like, sir, to facilitate Dr. Madhurima Kalai. I now have the honor to introduce Her Excellency Miss Anisa Beg, High Commissioner of Tanzania to India, who is the recipient of the Diplomatic Excellence Award at the 25th Asian Business and Social Forum 2025 for her outstanding contribution to strengthening Indo-Tanzanian relations across state, education, skill development, and healthcare. We warmly welcome you, Excellency. Please join me in welcoming a seasoned diplomat and a strong voice in international cooperation, Her Excellency Ms. Lalatiana Akush, High Commissioner of Seychelles to India. With over 3 decades of diplomatic leadership, she is the first Seychelles woman in this role, driving Indo-Seychelles engagement across trade, culture, youth, and sustainable development for strengthening a deeply rooted Indian Ocean partnership. We are honored to have you, ma'am, Excellency. It's an honor to introduce Her Excellency Ms. Stella Nakomo, Ambassador of Zimbabwe to India, a key force behind expanding Zimbabwe-India relations in trade and investment. With a background in marketing and business leadership, she works to boost economic cooperation in mining, agriculture, pharmaceuticals, and tourism. We now welcome Dr. Rashmi Kapoor, faculty at the Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. Her specialization is in African studies, Swahili language, diaspora studies, and gender issues. She has contributed extensively to academic journals and is the convener of the study group on human rights and refugees of the Department of African Studies. We are pleased to have you, ma'am. I now have the honor of introducing Dr. Madhurima Khalai, Head of Academic Relations and Partnerships for South Asia and Africa at Taylor and Francis Group. She has been at the forefront of fostering research impact, advancing open science, and building strong academic networks across continents. From leading initiatives like Mission Uthan, that is empowering Tier 2 and Tier 3 institutions to India, and advancing partnerships with African Studies Department. We are pleased to welcome you, ma'am. With this, I would like to request our chair, Ms. Anisa Beg, to please kindly take over the proceedings and guide us through the session. Thank you, ma'am. And in the interest of time, I would like to take a moment. We'll not be holding Q&A session.
Good afternoon. Namaskar. I'm sure that we had lunch now. At least we are more vibrant and will be more energetic. Thank you so much, Dr. Manish Kamwa, Dr. Kapoor, and the entire leadership of the Department of African Studies. My professor Uringam is here. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. My colleagues, scholars for the African Department, I thank you for attending this important session. My colleagues, ambassadors, excellencies, my sisters, and all the distinguished dignitaries at the dais, thank you so much for that. Today we have a very important topic with the theme, Women in Leadership and Academics, Political Participation, Representation, and Decision-Making Roles in Africa and India. When we speak about women in diplomacy and leadership and political participation, we are no longer speaking about potential, but we are speaking about presence, performance, and power they bring together. Women across the continent are not just participating in decision-making, they are shaping their national agendas, they're influencing global discourse, and redefining leadership. African women, for that matter, and also Indian women, they often bring a style that is collaborative, resilient, and deeply people-centered. They navigate complex political environment while still keeping sight of social development, especially in education, health, inclusion, and dignity. This balance is what makes their leadership both effective and transformative. I will just touch a small version of our experience in Tanzania because we have a unique scenario. Just like in India, our president is also a lady. This is one of the most compelling examples today. Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, is the first female President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Her leadership is not just only symbolic, it is substantive. She has assumed office in 2021 at the moment of uncertainty. And what she has demonstrated so far, ever since she assumed her office, is being calm, pragmatic, and forward-looking leadership. Now, let me go straight to my colleagues. I will start with Her Excellence Lala Tiana, High Commissioner of Seychelles to India. Can you give us experience of Seychelles in this aspect of leadership, women leadership in political, social, and diplomatic platform? Please welcome.
Thank you, Excellency, my sister from Tanzania.
Yeah.
Before replying to the question, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the University of Delhi for organizing this special event, which is very important, especially for us. Ladies are present here in India, representing our president, our countries. And I would like to thank you for inviting us for that. When we talk about Seychelles and the women in leadership in Seychelles, as you know, Seychelles is very, very small. But we can say that it can be an example, and a big example, for the continent and for the world. Just to give you an example for the role and place of the woman in Seychelles leadership, we have a new government. There are 14 ministers. 8 of them are ladies, not only ladies, young ladies. Young ladies, and they look after very important portfolios, like tourism, which is the pillar of the economy of Seychelles, civil aviation and transport, environment, which is where Seychelles is well known for the environment, youth, a very young lady, 30 years old, a minister for youth and culture. We have a tourism minister, a lady as well. So you can see that for us, ladies in Seychelles, we are very active, and we are well recognized, because otherwise the president has not would not have designated young ladies. When we talk about diplomacy, we have 12 ambassadors. Half of them are ladies, and half of them ladies posted in very big countries like India, China, Belgium, UN, just to show again that the trust and the performance that you have show the confidence of the president and the government. When we talk about other posts, you can see Seychelles, apart from the ministers, the vice ministers, most of them CEOs, ladies and young ladies. So we contribute a lot to the development of Seychelles, and we are very proud, because whenever you see a delegation, you see a lot of women take the principal role. So in Seychelles, we can say that the ladies, and we have a society of matrifocal. It means most of the houses are led by women as well. So in every step, in education as well, most of the teachers at primary and secondary levels are women. So in every sector, you can see how the women lead the society in Seychelles. So we can say that we can be proud that we put the women at the same level, the same salary as men, women and men, no distinction. Everyone has the same opportunity. So Seychelles can be taken as an example. in Africa and in the world as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Lala, for the great insight about Seychelles. You have said about Seychelles, there's a great representation from what we took from your explanation, from your presentation. There's a great representation of women in Seychelles, and we commend the government of Seychelles for that. Dr. Rashmi Kapoor, we often hear about the importance of empowering women, but how can you tell us how critical is affirmative action actually changing leadership structures? Can you share with us your insights on that?
Thank you, Excellency. Well, that's a very intelligent question to know from us, from Indians, what is the status of women here. Like Excellency Lalatiana talked about Seychelles. We are not fortunate enough to have that kind of a percentage. But if you see the numbers, they are par excellence. Here you can see 50%, almost 50% of our audience is women. And they all are in higher education doing their PhDs. So as far as our opportunities are concerned, there is gender parity. But does this gender parity at the enrollment level translates into the leadership role or the substantive power is slightly questionable.
Hello, hello, hello.
So when we see at the enrollment level, there is almost 50% of male and female. But at the leadership roles, there is what is called a pipeline leakage effect. When we cannot translate that 50% enrollment into the leadership roles. As far as the position of power in our ministries is concerned, one of the most powerful ministries is that of our finance minister, who is a lady again, apart from our president. So from there you can judge there must be some barrier somewhere because of which we cannot translate that high educational level women into getting that leadership roles. And so is the case with academia. Here also we have some kind of issues, though access to education is equal for everyone. But when it comes to getting the roles of, say, vice chancellors or rectors, there is some kind of another phenomena which is called the break in the ladder. Rising that hierarchy, there is an issue again. So if I have answered your question, I don't know what you asked me more. I'm so sorry. I'm losing track of
how critical is affirmative action? I think you're on the right direction, Dr. Kapoor.
Yes. Affirmative action has helped us a lot. And I would congratulate Tanzania for this quota. Because of the quota, they have about 30% of women legislature. So is the case for us. And recently, though this Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam 2023 could not be passed, but in principle and in spirit, it was accepted before. Maybe the time was not right, which had given women 33% of seats. So affirmative action is very important at the moment. We require that. We need that. Because women have a double burden. One, they have that professional life to lead, and then they are the primary caregivers. So that very often puts them off from their what I should be saying from their pace of going into the higher jobs or getting the senior position. So affirmative action at every stage is required at the moment in our countries. But Tanzania has done very well. And Madam said their society is matrifocal. So because of that also, that gives some kind of support that women are more visible in higher jobs, higher positions, I should be saying. And in our countries, the patriarchal disadvantages at times, the mindset, it disadvantages us at times because we have to do both the jobs of being a professional and also looking after the homes. That delays the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kapoor. I can understand for the case of India. India is so huge. The government is really trying to balance that parity. But I think it's a long way to go. When you compare with a country like Seychelles, I think it's I would say it's more applicable and more actionable in such kind of small population compared to a big population like India. And also, though that is not the reason not to, I'm just trying to see and to analyze, maybe that could be the reason for that. But I'm sure that the government is really trying so hard to do that, to balance it, and at some point we shall reach to that level, satisfactory level. Excellence, Stella, coming back to you, my sister. We often speak about representation, but we are now seeing African women more beyond representation. I repeat again, we often speak about representation, but we are now seeing African women more beyond representation into actually shaping global agenda. Is this true?
I've switched it on. Is it working now? Oh, okay. Excellency, that's a very difficult question that I will endeavor to unpack. But I will unpack it along, I hope, when I go through my remarks, which I had prepared, it will be very clear. But allow me to appreciate sincerely the head of Department of African Studies. I know there is the Vice Chancellor somewhere in absentia. I want to appreciate him too. Allow me to appreciate all the leaders that are gathered here, fellow ambassadors and diplomats. I know they are students, but most sincerely allow me to appreciate the panelists of high-powered women that I will spend any day listening to them, because they are a living testimony of what women empowerment is all about. But before I go far, because we are talking about a topic that is very close to my heart, women leadership. And I know that one of the things that hold us back as women is the societal expectations of what a good woman is supposed to look like, including humility. Why am I raising this? The good sister, when she was introducing me, she says, I'm a holder of a bachelor's in marketing. Yes, I hold of a bachelor in marketing. But if you leave it at there, you will not do justice to my academic life, where I currently hold 3 master's degrees in business administration, in international relations, in marketing, plus 2 bachelor's degrees. So I actually have 5 degrees, and I'm working on a PhD. Why I am doing that? Because at the center of women leadership is the question whether they do qualify or not for the different roles in the society. And I want to emphatically say, yes, women do qualify, and they have to be given that opportunity because they have what it takes. It's more than affirmative action. It's women getting recognized for the effort, the hours that they have put in the work. Back to the question that Her Excellency asked me. I will say that looking at Africa, yes, women representation, I think we are getting there. We must recognize that we were starting from a not so comfortable base. So the strides that we have taken in terms of women leadership, you stand there as an example of women leadership with a woman occupying the top position in the country and making us very proud, those who are coming from Southern Africa, including Namibia. So we are doing very well in terms of recognizing our fellow women who have what it takes to lead. But I will want to say that we should do more. We should do more. There is room for us to do more so that a time comes when women leadership is not an exception, when talking about female ambassadors does not look like this wow moment. It is a norm. I was actually surprised that in our panel, there was no man. Women issues are not supposed to be interrogated from a sex perspective, but they need a holistic approach so a male can easily dissect women leadership issues, because behind the structural challenges that women have to go through in as far as leadership is concerned are societal ills that include gender-based violence, sexual violence, and the culture that says that a woman must never endeavor to be high above their husband. So in my view, we should interrogate the women issues as a panel that also includes men, because they are not just sex issues. Listen to the fact that I'm saying sex, because female and to say gender, it is a social contract which ends up limiting women to say that what is your gender? Your gender is you're like this. It is a social contract which then leads to women being viewed as not having more than enough to be leaders. So I will pray next year when we have this conference, our fellow ambassadors that I saw them walking out will be part of us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellence. You have said it with all the passion. Our brothers should also be included in such kind of discussions. And women needs to be recognized according to their qualifications, not just to be given something on the plate. But we also need to break down this stigma, and take a holistic approach when it comes to issues of women. Thank you so much, Excellence, for that. But we still have the culture thing for the women and men. You have raised the point of women should not be seen only as taking care of the family only at home, but should also be seen as leaders. I think we also need to balance that because of our culture as well. Otherwise, the family now will be shaken if both of them have the same equal. You understand what I mean. Thank you. I'm a typical African woman. Believing that women, we have the special role, we have the original role to take care of the family, which this role was instilled, or were instilled by our Creator ever since we were born. So that one also needs to be taken on board while we are looking for the alternative ways of balancing this one. Dr. Madhurima Kahali, thank you so much. Having heard from our colleagues about this topic, what more needs to be done to ensure that this momentum of women leadership is not only sustained, but also scaled upwards? We are not supposed to remain on this level, but we are also supposed to progress upwards. What is your take on that? What is your comment on that?
Thanks a lot for that question. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate the department for organizing this fantastic event, and also thank you for having me here along with such visionary leaders. To that question, I think systems need to be designed in a way that support women, that support equity and equality at all levels. So not only like at a family stage, when you need supporting family members, a partner, others, where you can seek help so you can do the things that you want to, but at other levels too. So I'll take a few examples. I come from a research background. I'd been a researcher and an academic once, and then a decade back, I moved into academic publishing. So both of these domains, like both research, academia, as well as publishing, these are domains which are heavily, there's a lot of women in the earlier stages, so you'd have a lot of entry-level positions dominated by women. But as you go up, you spoke about the glass ceiling and the leaky pipeline. As you go up, those, the women, we think that, we leave the table before we really have to. So I think systems need to be defined that way. As an organization, so at the organization that I work for, Taylor & Francis is a very staunch supporter of gender equality, and at this point, it's probably one of the very few organizations which have 50% women leadership. And at every stage, our organization promotes that. So from our India-based managing director to our organization CEO, all of them are women. And of course, that is something that we are being taught as leaders to ensure that there's not just tokenism, but women get the opportunity where it's needed. As a publisher, it's a far bigger responsibility, because as an academic publisher, we get to ensure that research, that happens at one place in a lab, in certain institute, travels worldwide. So that's a greater responsibility. And what we have seen traditionally is voices, are marginalized. Those could be based on the regions, those could be based on funding, those could be based on gender. There's a lot of marginalization, marginalization of that, thank you. And as people in leadership, as somebody who's looking at partnership, it's our responsibility to embed these into the system. We design a system where we give equal opportunity to people. Traditionally, we've seen, we're part of many conferences, and we see, for the lack of a better word, a lot of panels where, we find a lot of men on panel, but maybe not an equal number of women. So what we are trying to do as an organization is to ensure that there's equal participation. It's an uncomfortable truth, but definitely, as far as journal editorial boards are concerned, authors are concerned, there's again, the ratios are very skewed. So we are looking at analyzing it deep down at a journal level, at a subject portfolio level, to see wherever we can create those opportunities for women, for other people on the intersectionality to be a part of those. So right now we have series which are for women in STEM. Taylor and Francis, of course, is one of the pioneer publishers on gender studies. So something which was called women's studies before, it's called gender studies now. So what we're trying to do is women not just being subjects of research. Traditionally what has happened is lived experiences of women, those are counted as data points, right? Those are counted as, there's an extractive approach to it, but they are not really positioned as producers of that knowledge. So we're really trying to shift that narrative. Now, those women need to be at the center of that research too. So not only are they subjects of research, but they're also shaping the narrative, as somebody just mentioned. So those are the ways. So we have to look at the first way to design systems is to accept that there is a problem. So we are there where we have identified the problems that are there and are speaking to people. There are external consultants, there are leaders, there are faculty members we are consulting. But together with all of them, we are trying to design systems so that DEI, equality, equity is embedded in the systems that we tread each day. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, distinguished speakers. Just a takeaway, we all agree that women leadership is crucial to the development of any country in the context of India-African countries, India-African continent, or countries as well. So there's a say in Tanzania, it goes like this. When you educate a girl child, the trickle-down effects goes to the family up to the national level. So with this one, we would all agree that when you include a woman in different positions, leadership positions, then nothing goes wrong with it. So it's paramount for our leaders, for our government, to make sure that we do the affirmative action and we take the holistic approach, as Excellence Ambassador from Zimbabwe pointed out. It's very, very important. And there's also another say which goes like this: behind every man's success, there's a woman. Behind every man's success, there's a woman. So behind every nation's success, there has to be women leaders into that. With that, having said that, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists and the administration of the African Department, scholars, and the entire participants who are here. We thank you so much for having with us and share your perspectives on this special topic of women. And Professor Uringam, please kindly consider Ambassador Stella's plea for inclusion of men into the next topic of women. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Excellency, it was so great to hear your perspectives, your insights. As we draw this session to a close, two important takeaways stand out. First, representation is power and collaboration is progress. On behalf of the organizers, I thank our esteemed panelists for their wisdom, valuable time, and generosity in sharing their perspectives, and all of you for your active participation. Please remain seated as we have next panel discussion followed by another culture program. Thank you so much, everyone, for being patient. Okay, now we'll assemble around 4 o'clock.
And out of the many things, art, rhythm, and shared cultural expressions bring our continents and people together. So I bring here for you all a cultural performance by the students of University of Delhi, beautifully reflecting that bond. Please join me in warmly welcoming AJ Sandra Inyambe from Nigeria, Dorcas Oyomba from Democratic Republic of Congo, and Otarigo Esojini from Nigeria. I welcome you all. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful performance, so beautiful. And I would now request everyone to please give a round of applause once again. That boosted our energy. And I'll take this moment to move along in the next panel discussion. I would request Head of the Department, Mr. Professor A.S. Yaroingam, to please come to the stage. I welcome you. Please take the stage, sir. I would like to also extend my warm welcome to our respected panelist, His Excellency Mr. Peter Muniri, Ambassador of Kenya to India, Professor Hebatullah Adam, Professor of Economics and founder and President of Global South Research Foundation, and Shams University, Egypt, UAE. Professor Chishom Ubabuko, Associate Professor Economics, OP Jindal Global University. I invite Dr. Manish Kanwar, sir, Faculty at Department of African Studies, University of Delhi. The theme of our session is Democracy, Development and Historical Transformation in Africa. As Kofi Annan once quoted, that democracy and development are not separate goals, and they are actually intricately linked together. The session explores how democracy and development in Africa are shaped by participation, especially in the era increasingly influenced by digital media and new spaces of public engagement. It encourages us to think that how democratic processes contribute to political growth, inclusive representation, and expression of culture, while also strengthening the shared African identity. In doing so, the discussion reflects the broader aims of this conference, offering meaningful insights for contemporary policymakers in advancing education, youth engagement, digital technologies, and South-South cooperation, as we already talked about in the previous panel discussion. As a first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru has said that the past becomes the foundation of the present, and the present shapes the future. Pre-colonial traditions of participation, dialogue, and community-based governance suggest that democratic ideas are not entirely external to the continent, but they have actually shaped the institutions, challenges, and aspirations in the complex ways. In the contemporary times, the development has actually included governance, inclusion, technology, and sustainability. And in this regard, India-Africa Forum Summit 2026, with its theme on strategic partnership for innovation, resilience, inclusive transformation, offers an important framework. And it actually invites to think about how collaborative efforts can strengthen democratic institutions. Now, it is a matter of pride that this discussion is being hosted by Department of African Studies, University of Delhi, an academic space enriched by esteemed professors, dedicated staff, and 200+ scholars actively engaged in research on Africa and contributing to Afrocentric knowledge. I would also like to felicitate our panelists. So I would request our former head of the department, Professor Tribhuvan Prasad sir, please felicitate our chair and other panel members. I would request sir to felicitate His Excellency Ambassador Peter Muniri, sir. I would request sir to felicitate Chair of the session, A.S. Yaringam, Professor. I would request Sir to felicitate Professor Hibatullah Adam, esteemed Professor of Economics. I would request Sir to please felicitate Professor Chisom Ubabuko, Professor of Economics. I would request Sir to felicitate Dr. Manish Karwar, Sir. It's our honor to welcome Professor Tribhuvan Prasad, Sir. Thank you so much. With the context in place, it is my privilege to introduce our esteemed chair of the session, Professor A.S. Yaruingam, head of the Department of African Studies, University of Delhi, whose distinguished academic and professional contributions made them exceptionally well suited to guide our today's deliberation. I call upon Sir to please chair the session.
This is the problem with the short people. So wherever I go, I have to search for that one, otherwise I cannot reach out to you. I'm not here to deliver lecture. Please don't be afraid. I'm given very limited time today, up to 5 o'clock, right? Now all the 15 minutes gone, so I have 45 minutes. With this limited time, I'm not going to take much of your time. But just by way of introductions of the discussion, let me just say a few words about democracy in Africa. I think all of us have heard about the Idi Amin. Have you heard? Yes, you may not know where in Africa, but you must have the name of Idi Amin. Idi Amin is the one who has spoiled the image of African political system. His brutal dictatorship during the 70s has sent out a very bad impression to all over the world that all African countries are dictatorial countries, which is completely wrong. From the very ancient time, democracy had always been there in Africa. But after colonialism come, different type of democracy they brought about, which has changed the whole system and structure. And imitating the Western democracy, dictators, Idi Amin and some other military dictator took over and spoiled Africa. And with that, from that time onward, people had the impression that Africa, there's no democracy, there is only military dictator countries, which is completely wrong. Of course, just after the independence, after the colonial rulers left, there were some countries which fall into the hands of some greedy political powers, political people. So they dictate over for some time, but in course of time, and I think this is a part of political process of development. We cannot say this only in Africa, maybe in Latin America, maybe Asia. When the colonial power left, definitely the country fall into the hands of a few very power hunger, which learned from the colonial people, took over the political system and dictate for some time, but it doesn't last long. It didn't last long. In course of time, slowly, this kind of people get away and democracy slowly come into being. Today, Africa, if you look at, is transformed to very democratic, vibrant democratic countries. You look at just Botswana and associated with development, the most developed country, the most democratic country. Botswana, the record no one has broken till today because of democracy, the development has come there. Just imagine South Africa, Ethiopia, Rwanda, all these small countries are transiting towards the vibrant democratic countries. So to have still the impression that Africans are still under the military dictator is completely wrong. I think I should not speak more than this because I'm not a student of political science. If I speak more, I'll make more mistakes. So I'll just give out the rest of the panel. We have an expert here, very expert. And I think that you'll not like to listen from me also as a sociologist. You like to listen from the experts. So with these few words, I will just hand over the time, give the time to our experts. First of all, I would like to request Mr. Excellency Peter. Yeah, I think how many minutes you give to one?
7 minutes, sir.
7 minutes,
Yes.
okay. Mr. Excellency Peter, you can take 10 minutes, share democracy in Africa based on your own country. Thank you.
Well, I'm quite tall now. I'm not the way I came. I don't know what has happened. I need no help. You know, I represent a republic, so I'm okay. I'm here on behalf of the republic. Professor, our chair of the Department of African Studies, distinguished guest, all protocols as established, plus the audience. Namaskar. Namaskar. Because I don't want to say chalo chalo or ao. I know time is largely gone, but I would want to fit into what I have just been given to talk about democracy from the perspective of my country, Kenya. I represent a republic that has had very strong historical ties with India. The Indians were trading within the Kenyan coastline because we are part of the Indian Ocean. Way back, even before colonialists came. They were here 200 years. We dealt with them within a period of just, 70 years. That's how short or long the period that we were colonized. But the most important thing is that 1947, when India became independent, they established the country, the young republic, then established a consulate in our republic, that is in Mombasa. When we became independent in 1963, we established a diplomatic relationship, fully fledged, and Kenya, 1968, we opened our mission here in New Delhi. When you look at the democracy, the perspective of Kenya, we started off by embracing what you call free enterprise, socio-capitalist with a component in terms of appreciating free enterprise drives investments, would drive growth, would create opportunities, but there was a social component around it. Today, we have evolved through that kind of a matrix to the extent that we pride ourselves from the African setting as one of the countries that has embraced constitutionality. We transition government every 10 years through the constitution. That's Kenya for you. The new constitution came into effect in 2002. Before then, we had a single party system. And that's what Professor was trying to allude, that we had long-lasting presidents and they would experiment with the population and the resources for a longer time. But today, we are a very progressive republic, structured or modeled actually alongside what we see here in India. Your state governments in our country, we call them state counties. But the model and the constitution heavily draws from the constitution of India. In fact, the architect was one renowned constitutional lawyer, Yashpa guy. I don't know how many know him. Let me talk in terms of then we and India, where are we? If you look at the world today, there is a lot of disruption. And countries, specifically India, Africa, and the African countries have to look at themselves in terms of a new architecture around their future, because republics have to move in terms of collaborations. If you look at the world as it is sitting today, the power keeps shifting. New alliances have been coming up. And until each country redefines, reassesses itself from the perspective of where do you want to go, who are your new partners, you find you cannot make progress. And this is where India and Kenya and Africa put together as part of the global south then have to actualize the voices which they have been putting across the globe that, look, we do not have any fair justice systems in the world as it is sitting today. The global democracy is skewed towards some institutions that were set up, and even as today they are still being controlled by a few people. How would you explain that India and Africa, a third of the world population today, do not sit in the UN Security Council? How would you say that they do not have a voice? And this is where India and Kenya, for instance, we mirror a lot in terms of when we meet in the global platforms. It's not an issue of democratic systems there. It is an issue of fighting to tilt and to reform the system so that there is legitimacy in terms of the way every republic treats the other, the way we are perceived as part of the South, because India is also part of the South. And when I look at then democracy, the principles around democracy, the way the republics will need to go, it is India taking a lead, but the issues confronting us for sure that we need to corroborate, they are largely more or less the same. Everybody is struggling with climatic change. We are getting affected, but we have not benefited at all in terms of the economic transformations as we have seen them in the developed countries. We are talking in terms of the technological shifts. We are talking in terms of trade. We are talking in terms of the new world order has to take everybody into account in terms of their role, in terms of a world that is just to everyone. So just getting to my republic then, what do I see? Over those many years, we have a population of over 300,000 Indians. They live in Kenya. They control big chunks of our enterprise, trade, industry, agriculture. And they have demystified the risk of cross-border investment. So we are looking to attracting more investors out of this country. That's number one. Number two, partnership of Kenya and India evolving to what you call a strategic level. I think we are still too much into bilateral. If you ask me, the India government needs to come up with a very structured framework, strategic in terms of how to deal with Africa, because Africa is also many things. You've got those that are very democratic, they follow the constitution, they know when to translate and how to transition power. But you also have what is strategic interest in terms of India. What does India really want? Is it just growth in trade? No, it cannot just be growth in trade, because Africa as well has got a lot of huge untapped minerals, the rare minerals. So the strategic framework in terms of collaboration can take many things. So Professor, I know I have spent my time. I didn't just want to delve into democracy because India is the largest democracy. Elections here happen quietly, people vote, work is going on. In Africa, democracy is big business. But there are lots of learnings, there are lots of programs and what you call benchmarkings that are happening. But the fact and the reality is these democracies are sitting with their own issues: rapid urbanization, unemployment, youthful population, hunger for investments. But together between India, Africa, and Kenya, redefining and working on strategic frameworks, we can look at several sectors and grow together. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Thank you, Excellency, for sharing your experience. Basically, I heard he's inviting India to invest in their country, so we must keep that in mind, very important. At the same time, the thing that he pointed out, very important, Western country impose their own democracy on us, but they themselves don't have democracy. India and Kenya, also the developed countries, don't have representation in the United Nations. It's a very legitimate question to ask. Okay? Thank you so much, Excellency, for the short span of time you could give us very gist the point which you need to know. Second, we have our professor, Heba, I'll call Heba, okay? She is from Egypt, a scholar, and the recent time, all of us know what has happened in Egypt. A great revolution has taken place, now in the process of transforming towards a better governance system. So on the basis of that, what is your take on that, and share to us? Thank you.
Thank you. It's really good feeling to feel tall, actually, especially for me. Yeah. Yeah. So first of all, starting, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Department of African Studies in New Delhi, in University of Delhi, and for all the esteemed panelists and guest speakers and participants and conference organizers. You are doing a great job, actually, and I'm always delighted and happy to be here with you and to be in India. And also I would like to thank Professor A.S. Yaragam for his leadership, for convening this very important dialogue, and of course to Dr. Manish Karnawal. He was always there to respond and share all the required details on time, and for all his efforts to organize the whole conference. It's really a great pleasure, as I've mentioned, to be here, and especially to speak about the session panel discussion theme, which is on democracy, development, and historical transformation in Africa. What I will do in next coming few minutes, I'll try to stick to the time given to me, that I will focus on the interconnections between the three factors, the democracy, development, and historical transformation within the African's contemporary political economy. So to start first, it's important to recognize that democracy, development, and historical transformation in Africa, they are deeply interdependent processes, and they operate in tandem to shape the political legitimacy, economic capability, and social resilience across the continent, and especially in my country, Egypt. The continent, as the esteemed panelists today and also in the previous, especially morning session, they have highlighted the continent's democratic experiences and developmental pathways have been shaped by our own history, which is basically shaped by the colonial legacies, liberation, struggles, post-independence, state building, and later on now we are speaking about the Africa integration into the global political economy. So all these historical processes are not just a kind of history or background that we need to take in consideration. They are more a kind of structuring forces that continue to influence our people and our development process, and how it is shaping the future of the continent and of the whole youth and future and the future of everyone there. To speak about the democratic transition across the continent, we need to understand that the analytical framework of the democratic transition, it's so much diverse, because not all countries there, they are same. Like if we speak about Africa, not all African countries, they are same. Africa is divided into different regions, and each country also has its own colonial history and development pathways. So these kind of differences has also to be taken in consideration. Also, at the same time, the legacies of liberation movements and the early state formation, they have produced the kind of mixed outcomes in the different African states. So while initially they provided political legitimacy and national cohesion, they also, in several contexts, entrenched dominant party systems, patronage networks, and institutional rigidities. That was difficult to, I would say, get rid of it. And for example, in countries, it has taken more than 30 years to change one regime. So it was too much difficult, and so many people, they have suffered. So all these dynamics, they constrained both democratic deepening and the developmental performance of the African nation. So this is bringing me to one central question to our discussion. What is the relationship between democracy and development in Africa? So for a long time, dominant narratives framed this relationship as a kind of trade-off, suggesting that strong centralized authorities, they are necessary, especially in governments that they have just liberalized, they got their independence, and that was a main step toward democracy. But later on, we have all discovered that this is not right, and democracy is the only way to go towards development and to achieve high economic growth and equality, and to make everyone feel happy. So it's more about democracy, and it cannot be achieved in steps. So here, I don't know how much time I do have still. 2-3 minutes, okay. Let me move to the challenges that the continent is currently facing. So there are major challenges, especially when it comes to digitalization, also regional integration. We have the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, but it's not easy to achieve its outcome as it was set in the document. So there are lots of developmental challenges that we are facing nowadays, and they require attention from the government systems in the continent. So we can move toward our SDGs and 2047 goals in a steady manner. We need, what we need to do is to think about the Africa transformation within the global context, and the continent, actually we should continue to operate within its own challenges that it is already facing, but also we have globally an unequal global system, as His Excellency has mentioned. We don't have fair representation in the international organization, in the Security Council, in UN, other organizations. So this all need to be taken in consideration while we discuss this topic. And to end my talk, I would say that Africa democratic and development pathways must be understood from that historically grounded and context specific background, and that democracy and development are not a kind of competing objectives. So they have to be parallel. We cannot say we will achieve development and later on we'll discuss democracy. So all should work together at the same time. And third, Africa is not merely undergoing transformation. It's actively shaping it. It is also has been mentioned this morning that we do have a young share of the youth population, and this is the future of the world. It is in Africa, and we need to get the maximum benefits of our youth. To end my talk, I will share some reflections from Egypt. So as we have now in transition toward our future building the new Egypt, this is actually what we are doing, especially after the revolution in 2011. So we have achieved very good performance, and on the level of economic and also on political. So freedoms and representation of youth, even in governments now, it is much more higher than, of course, it used to be before the Arab Spring. If I will share with you some also quote from the ancient Egyptian time. If you are powerful, you will gain respect through knowledge and gentleness. And this insight, it is capturing the essence of the relationship between India and Africa, and our discussion today, where power, whether it is political or economic, it must be guided by knowledge, accountability, and inclusive governance. So if India is looking toward Africa, this is the thing that we need here in India to provide to the Africans, is to share knowledge and to empower them for a better future for everyone. Thank you, and it was really great pleasure to be with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Heba, for sharing your experience. Evolution democracy depends on situations, social, political, economy, and background. It's not just a matter of just one day it came out, process of evolution. Democracy is not perfect at all, but it's a process of growing and development. Yeah. She has connected to India. What about India helped Africa to develop democracy? Is it that? From that perspective, now I'm going to call Professor Chisong. He is the associate professor at Jindal University's academic. So how long have you been here, Professor? 6 years. Then you would have enough experience of Indian democracy. From that perspective, how do you look at African democracy? Just share something.
Okay, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's amazing. I mean, anytime I have an opportunity to speak in a forum like this about Africa, it's very exciting because it's a big opportunity. I want to thank especially the Department of African Studies here at the University of Delhi. I want to thank Professor Yeringam. I want to thank Professor Manish, and all the scholars who have worked very hard to put this together, and all of you in the audience. I want to thank you so much. I want to also thank our distinguished panelist, His Excellency Peter Munyiri from Kenya. And I thank you for that talk, Professor Heba, as well. Okay, this discussion is really important, especially as we are preparing for the next India-Africa Summit. India has the Viksit Bharat 2047 agenda. Africa also has Agenda 2063 also. And it's very related. They are shared aspirations. It's a fitting time. It's a perfect time. We have to also bring academia on the table. We've been pushed aside for too long. We have to be able to come to the table, and also where these discussions are happening, we also have to be involved. I think, so this is a particularly very important conference. I'm an economist, so I would not be able to say much about democratic systems. So I will come from the economic perspective, particularly. The world we are living in is framed many times around the ideas of trade and around the ideas of economic prosperity. And if we are saying we're going to prosper, we're going to do better, then we have to have greater levels of trade, greater levels of cooperation. This is actually, there's multiple problems with this. China, recently, they announced a policy that for the whole of Africa, except I think one country or thereabout, they have completely free tariff-free entry into the Chinese market. So anybody in Africa can sell anything you want to the Chinese market without tariffs. And this is like a massive step. It looks like a massive step, right? But in reality, does that really help? This opportunity, this open door, who can really walk through this door? Of course, we know this is not a new policy. It's been there for a long time for fewer countries, although now it's been opened up to more countries. So more countries have this opportunity. If you look at the trajectory of trade, after around 22 African countries were allowed to freely trade with China, and now has there been a great increase in trade? Not so much. And you can think about it. There are very many reasons why this is the case. The Chinese market is very competitive. If you're trying to get in there, you need to understand the local market. You need to understand marketing. There are many, things that you have to be able to do. There are also very strict non-trade, non-tariff barriers, So they say, okay, tariffs are free, but they are very high barriers to entry. There are things like, phytosanitary rules, packaging rules, all this kind of thing. For example, I remember in Kenya, around 2022, they had said you could bring your avocados into China, but they had a rule that you had to flash freeze the avocados right from the farm. Think about a local farmer who has to get equipment to flash freeze the avocados before they can transport it. And it's almost ridiculous to an extent. And of course, it took some time before they were able to do this. So we celebrate these opportunities, but we have to put it in perspective that it's not only about access to markets, access to trade, but we have to also carefully consider the institutions, the strength of the institutions that are also enabling these things to happen. So some people will ask the question, should India do the same? Should Africa kind of push for like a tariff-free agreement as well here? I don't think this argument makes sense at all, because the Indian market and the Chinese market are completely different. Of course, currently, India is currently Africa's third largest trading partner after the US and the EU and China. So China has around $200 billion worth of trade annually with Africa. India has around half of that, 100 billion. Although, the idea is to ramp up by, the next few years, to ramp up trade with Africa to around 200 billion as well. Before I can actually talk about this agreement, I want to take a step back. Professor Heba had mentioned the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and I think this point, I definitely have to talk about because it's so painful to me. This policy was signed in the year 2022. By now, you would expect that, all of Africa is trading with themselves. We are talking of trading with the rest of the world. What about within Africa? It's a big issue. Our current intra-Africa trade is around between 15 to 18% of overall trade. It's way too low, right? Asia has, around 50% intra-continental trade. North America has around, 50%. So the EU has over 68% intra-continental trade. But Africa is still stuck at 12 to 15%. Even with the AFCTA coming into force, trade is still not picking up. And of course, we have to look at the bottlenecks. The celebration of that agreement, I think, was a little bit premature because it was putting the cart before the horse. There were many things that needed to be put in place before that agreement was entered into. You have great disparities across Africa, some very small countries. Think about Burundi, for example, a smaller economy with around $3 billion world economy. Compare that with Nigeria, that is around $490 billion world economy. The disparity is huge. And you're saying you should open up 97% of your market to the whole of Africa, and both countries have to do the same. How do you protect these countries who are trying to protect their own markets? So you have to put rules in place that will make it fair for everyone so that they can play. Because there is still this idea that they have to protect their industries. And you're thinking about this. Okay, if you're going to send cocoa, Ghana is one of the world's largest exporters of cocoa in the world. If Ghana is going to export their cocoa to South Africa, they have to pay tariffs of 30%. 30% tariffs on cocoa. But if South Africa is going to import chocolate from Switzerland, they take 0 tariffs. So what it means is that it's more expensive to get raw materials from a fellow African country than to bring finished products from outside Africa. It's completely ridiculous. And if you think about it even further, if you're going to send a shipment from maybe Lagos, Nigeria to a port in South Africa or whatever, it's far more expensive than to send the same shipment across the ocean to London or to even America in terms of the cost of shipping. All of these bottlenecks, all of these problems are huge. Infrastructural deficit in Africa is still huge. We have to think about development within the continent primarily before we begin to look to the West for help. Of course, we have very benevolent friends here in India, South-South cooperation, big on this. But even before looking at that, we have to look within the continent itself. How can we galvanize our efforts to grow? How can we galvanize our efforts to develop? It's super important as we are looking towards the future. Intra-Africa, cooperation needs to go to the next level. I just wanted to make one point before I stop, and this is about how India could also play a role in the development of Africa, specifically. I had mentioned earlier about the China tariff-free idea, and of course, I think the markets are very different. China is benefiting a lot without a lot of cost, in the sense that exports from Africa are often demand inelastic, meaning when the prices change, the quantity of exports doesn't change a lot. So they are often primary products, primary goods going into the Chinese market. China is sending, on the other hand, very well, finished products, manufactured goods. And so there is an uneven balance there. India has a young, growing manufacturing sector, and opening up completely for competition might not be the best idea. However, the selling point, the unique selling point, is in institution building, and especially as this conference is talking about digital transformation. We have to think about how India can leverage the digital knowledge that they have and transfer this knowledge as much as possible. Digital payments knowledge, digital governance, institution building, all of this is in every sector, in business sector, in pharmaceuticals, in manufacturing. There's a lot of transfer that can be done, and I think we have to do more and more of this as time goes on. India is, competing on scale with China is a completely bad idea. I don't think that is the best approach. The better approach is where can you put the best efforts, that you put all your energy into this. If you can put more energy into institution building, into digital transformation, skills, and manufacturing. If there can be a structural transformation, instead of only taking raw materials, why don't we also invest in processing within the continent before they are exported? That will add a lot of value to whatever exports are being done. I want to congratulate the organizers of this conference, and I want to say thank you for inviting me, and have a wonderful deliberation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chisom. You look at from the economic perspective how democracy can develop, and passionately plead for the intercontinental trade, which is very much necessary in order to bring development. Otherwise, yeah, Africa need to have open up these facilities, how to intertrade each other so development can come. And very much associated with democracy also, unless there is a proper democratic stable development of a government, these kinds of facilities will be difficult to create. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Now we have Dr. Mani, who is the mover of all this conference. Let's keep big clap to him. So how do you look at the African democracy and development from Indian perspective?
So same like Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, I feel elated. Thank you very much. It's called like parallel ideas. Thank you very much, Chair, my co-panelist, Ambassador, good friend, Professor Hebatullah. I called her and she came directly. So thank you very much. Right now she's UAE, but an Egyptian citizen, and a good friend of mine, Chisom. And we are also writing a book, hope so. We recently published that book. And my co-supervisor and all faculty members. Yes, it's not my vote of thanks. Usually I known to vote of thanks, but here I'll give you some idea about the development, democracy, and historical transformation in Africa. And these are a very pertinent topic right now. And I'm a 25th speaker. So I give you happiness, and the last one also. So 25th and the last one. So the ray of happiness from my side after this, you'll free to go to home. So 2 or 3 things is very important, because it's not my panel to discuss about the democracy, but as a history teacher or moving towards the international relations with few of my colleagues, it's a very pertinent, just Professor Chisom talking about the model. One of my scholar is talking about if we put this model, we see Africa rising. And if put this model, Africa is going down. So model decides Africa to Africa up or down. So this is a very important thing. So, and this is the Eurocentric approach to understand Africa. So here only 2 points, because I'm not going to discuss in length, because I love to understand the index system or indices to be part of the Africa. So how we know Africa? How we know that in Africa lack of democracy? How we know that Africa lack of development? The 2 things are very pertinent. The Eurocentric model of just like, sorry to say, but just like UN or still Africa Union also. Why? Because you know the 60% people are working there in African Union also. They are educated from the European countries, European Eurocentric institution. So how we perceive towards the Africa, this is the most important thing, whether we follow UN. Because if I, as a student, as a teacher, still I'm not differentiate the UN structure and the African structure. And my good friend Professor Chisom rightly told about the tariff system. Still Africa don't have the like parallel tariff system, do not have the travel. So for the African development, here I'm not teach Africa, because Africa is having everything. Ambassador, Africa is having everything, like Kenya and India is a long. So what are important, why we are here at the African Studies to teach, not to teach Africa, to how Africa governed by the Eurocentric model, to showcase our student and try to find out the new idea. So very few examples, like if we go through the indices or data talks, the average democracy score in sub-Saharan Africa stands at approximately 4 out of 10. EIU Democracy Index 2014 vote in the sub-Saharan Africa, 1 full democracy, 8 flawed democracies, 11 hybrid regimes, and 24 authoritarian regimes among the 44 countries assessed. So who decide? Freedom House decide to Africa whether Africa is democratic or not. And who else know about the Muhammad Ibrahim Index? Anybody from, like, not anybody, few of know them about the Muhammad Ibrahim Index about the Africa. So how we catch up Africa, this is the most important thing. Whether still we are into it, like Freedom House Index, and every parliament in Africa, they are discussing, look what's going on. Just like India also, a Eurocentric index or indices came to the parliament, they create a ruckus. But we have to understand and we have to create our own indices. So if we move a good democratic understanding, the first and foremost thing, because I'm a historian, I'm more about the policy student. So it's about the economics. It's about the professors of economics. They can create the indices of Africa to know Africa. This is my first aspect, how we look Africa. Okay. So, and the second thing is topic about how India and Africa possess 2063 or 2047, because we stand, we think, and we create the atmosphere, not just like European countries that they started idea in 15th century and they wanted to conquer everything. Just like India and Africa is not looking the binary system, yes or no. We are a very philosophical idea about the country, about the continent. So my propagation is what? We have to move towards the philosophy of development, not the democracy and development. What is the philosophy of development? That is, we move with the whole idea of ethnicity, we move whole idea of the caste, class, because these two continents and subcontinents, we are having very complex system of society, and most of the European society, they do not have this kind of complex society. So for this, we need to have in democracy, we involve the development, like philosophy of development. And what is the philosophy of development? Everybody knows, each and every country. We are talking about only Ubuntu, but not Ubuntu, Sakofa, and other things. We are working on Akan system. So there are many systems in Africa, each and every country having Africa. And India, we do not have only Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Everybody is talking about each and every Suktas, Vedas, and everything. They reiterated so many things. So what I propagated to the development, because in India and Africa, the development is what? Stay calm, cool, and look forward. That's why we create 2063 and 2047, not Ambassador and my dear panelists, like Europeans, only 4 years, Trump. What next? And what next in UK, etc. UK, unstable economy. I do not know who is the Prime Minister of UK. Look, what's going on? Because, and suppose that in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Zimbabwe, they are having Prime Minister from last 20 years. What's the problem in it? They have their own style of democracy. Who rules the Africa? No one can substitute that. Zimbabwe having 30 years prime minister or president, that means the 5 years and the 4 years rule. It's a Eurocentric approach. Why Eurocentric approach? It's my personal feeling. If any government is ruling for 20 years, it's a democracy. Why America, why other European power wanted to decline or decimate that democracy? So the limited idea is what?
you look to the internal inherent composition of Africa, like Gachacha Court in Rwanda, how they fulfill their aspiration of the person. So in Africa, there are so many ideas to propagate, to move with the development, democracy, and historical transformation. If Africa right now is here, so Africa is still surviving. Africa is on a dark continent. Most of the students, those who came to our department, or we teach Africa, Africa looks like a dark continent. Whether Africa is a dark continent, it's a very, very old concept. So what we have to understand, that Africa having democracy, if they are having 20 years government, so why we decimate that government and create a government which only propagate the European agenda or European ideas? This is the first point. And second point, India or Africa, because here I'm talking about the Africa, go to the deep, go to the indigenous knowledge system and try to find out their own solution. We do not look for the solution to the West or to the other countries. Every solution, inherent solution in human being, just like every solution in it. We do not go to infuse a tetanus injection, etc., etc. So what? Just like a body refuel itself. So Africa and India, if there is a problem, they refuel itself. So we have to go to the indigenous system and Indian knowledge system. So we propagate. As I stand up Delhi University, my chair is here, and so many my young colleagues and old colleagues are here. So why not Delhi University propagated a think tank about the indigenous knowledge system and Indian knowledge system to bridge the gap between India and Africa. So these are the solutions. Solutions are a lot, but solution is inherent. So we do not find solution in London, New York, and the Paris. We find solution in the Kenya's capital, in the Egypt capital, in the like Nigeria and Tanzania's capital. We do not go to the London, Paris, and the France for the solution. So this is my understanding about the democracy, and I thank you very much for giving me idea. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Manish. He has put a very complex issue and question also, what is democracy? Even one person ruled 30 years, this is what you can call democracy. That will be a lot of debatable things are there. I'm not saying that's wrong, but that is debatable in many ways. So we look at everything from the Western perspective. That's why we see Africans are not, there's no democracy. What are the parameters of democracy, parameter of development? How do we define these? These are very, very complicated questions and debatable questions which we need to go deeper. Thank you so much, Dr. Manish, for sharing your thoughts on this. And he's educating our students there, bringing out all the traditional concepts of Africa. So after some time, you'll come to know many of the students will be using they will be against the Eurocentric point of African look at, and they'll look at from India and African perspective. Africa, when you study Africa, democracy in Africa, okay? Thank you so much. I am head of department in that building, not here, because so I am strictly asked to limit my time, so I cannot go beyond that. So just say thank you to Excellency Peter for sharing your valuable thoughts, Professor Haba, Professor Tisom, and Professor Manish. Thank you so much for sharing your very valuable thoughts. I believe all of us are being benefited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair and panelists, for the critical insights on the topic. I also thank the audience for their engagement and patience that they have shown. Everyone, your presence has elevated the bounds of this conference, and please keep your kindled spirit alive for tomorrow's session. So at 2 p.m. that you have to be present for another panel discussion and docu-series, documentary that you have to be there. And this conference, actually, you all are going to help us bring this conference, which you might think that is comprised of the speeches that you've just seen, but is actually in reality a single statement of Africa and India togetherness and partnership. So everyone, let's celebrate this moment together and deliver our insights as scholars in academia to policymakers for the development of India and Africa. Thank you so much. Wish you a wonderful evening.